evening, everybody. I didn't check to make sure that the stream was properly tagged up, so let me just take a quick second to verify that. And we should be ready to go. Didn't have a great weekend, if I'm honest, but I am still always looking forward to more Book of Hours, and I'm hoping I have a better stream than the end of last one, but these things sometimes happen. Okay, we do have Book of Hours on the tags. I didn't pay attention to the fact that there's a couple of people who I quite like who are streaming right now, but I'll get over that. I realize I'm a little bit late in starting, and that's just because I had a bunch of stuff to catch up on. So we're earlier than some of the later starts that I've had, but I still would like or prefer to start closer to 7 rather than further away from it. Now, I was recording some YouTube videos, and the drawback, save game if you're worried about what, is a gentler game. The Calder Simulator, you can save and load at will. So, I do run into the drawback again of forgetting where I left things in terms of cataloging between the YouTube series and the main game. And of course the drawback today, well, I shouldn't say of course because you wouldn't know this, but I actually wound up recording the YouTube series quite late, and so I don't even think 24 hours have passed since I was playing the other playthrough, but I seem to remember rather distinctly that we were starting to read the DeWolf library, and that was going to be a main focus, if not the focus, for the next little while. And part of this, so there's a couple of motivations behind it. Number one, I want to just take some notes. In this case, I'm going to take some digital notes. In fact, let me just bring up Word so I can have something off to the side. So for instance, here for my Book of Hours notes, we've got, and I mean, this is in addition to the digital notes that I've been writing down on a tablet and the physical notes. In this case, this is going to be specifically about books. So we've got here the Journal of Thomas DeWolf, 2nd Baron Brankrug, named after Abbot Thomas, code and authority on wind, moon, and shell in the heavens inferior. Abbot Thomas knows 3 bluesomes. Three blossoms hath the watchman's tree, paper, ink, and flame. The great comet, with note here, great comet in 1576, observed just after building the observatory, I now aver is that flame. We've got Journal of Walter de Wolf, 3rd Baron Brankrug, son Brian runs off, OFF, not of, in 1642 and 1648 to join the Royalists, uprising in 48. Walter collaborated with Gregory Wheelock. Hunting Journals of Brian de Wolf. Brian hanged as a witch at age 24. Sky-inspired fife with sky aspect, and a note here, recipe. So one thing that I want to do, I was close to the end of the stream last time, but one thing I want to do as I read these books is to actually try the recipes that they talk about so that I can be sure like I'm doing what I think I'm supposed to be doing. Olaf, it is wonderful to see you. How are you tonight? And then, so that's one thing I'll actually try tomorrow. And then Musgrave Sketches, 4th Baron Brankrug, references to the Palest painting, describes a recipe for a chili elixir from flowers using sights and sensations with winter aspect, which can be further refined into a final pigment. Doing so much better now that you have enriched me, sir. Thank you very much for your continued support. I know Friday's stream didn't end all that well. But hopefully you were asleep for it. I'm very happy to see you, and I'm always happy to be playing Book of Hours. So In fact, I brought this up at the end of the recordings that I did, but there was something that I kind of realized about Book of Hours that I don't know how true it is, or if this is just sort of my reading reflecting, like I don't want to be the sort of person who changes his opinion, based on the last, expert or book that I talked to, or book that I read, but we do also read things so that we can learn more. And apologies for those of you that like watching the YouTube series, because this will be something that I talk about on, I think, Friday maybe, or maybe it's the Monday episode. Anyways, but I have been going through my old Norton Anthology of English Literature. I think I'm like 3 editions back now, but honestly, you can really find these things for a song if you don't go for the latest edition. So, so I had to get, I think, volumes A and B for the class that I took in the college that I was upgrading at, and definitely my preferences probably go more toward, like, I really like Milton, but actually, okay, so I got to be clear about this. I didn't dislike anything that I covered in the course. I have noticed that I appreciate Beowulf more each time I read it and study it. And again, I think that's probably just the benefit of having an expert sort of guide you through it, as opposed to just sort of picking it up and seeing it as kind of like a D&D module. But certainly my favorite, probably from the volume A, was Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. My mom used to say Gawain, but I think it's Gawain. I'm sure one of the residents can tell me what the proper name is. But like both, I mean, number one, like I liked that as a kid. Obviously, I wasn't reading the original as a kid, but like it was I liked the story. I thought it was a pretty good yarn. And just when I got a chance to read it as somebody who was studying English literature, admittedly as like a breadth requirement rather than, having it, I'm not an English major by any stretch of the imagination. I don't think I've taken anything above a 100 level English course, to be completely honest. Maybe it was 200 level, because I don't know what the difference between the college and the university is. But like, really, you're getting into the hard stuff once you hit like the 300, 400 level courses. Even if you've never been to university, you just need to go to any university subreddit, and you will see people, talking about what, badasses they are for doing well in Psych 101, and then you see the people who are in like some 300 level math course where they're like, this is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, I'm gonna fail. But like, those are the courses you learn something in all courses, but like the 300 and 400 level ones are like where you really learn the stuff that you probably wind up doing the things that you are very proud of on your own time later. Anyway, I think it would be fair to say, based on that, and like I did Canterbury Tales when I was in high school, so I would say that probably in terms of my interests, I am firmly, at least for the stuff that's covered in Volume A of the Norton Anthology, I would definitely say that probably my heart is with Middle English rather than Old English, although I don't dislike Old English, other than this really frustrating tendency for some newsletters to try and bring the thorn back instead of just a good old-fashioned TH. But a little bit like why I wound up studying some of the weird stuff that I did in university, specifically in my specialty in economics. So like I did a course on index theory, so like everything about how to construct a price index. I did that, and one of the reasons I did that was because it sounded quite dull and something I probably wouldn't study on my own. And it actually turns out to be quite fascinating, at least for a nerd like me. And of course, this is before, we go into a highly inflationary environment, and everybody's all of a sudden really worried about inflation, but like all of the things that go into the creation of those price indices, which ultimately inform what the real GDP number becomes, I do think is a very interesting subject, and probably one of those ones that, had I not taken that course, I wouldn't have gone out and done on my own. And so because there is a reward to looking at things which maybe I don't go out of my way. So like, if I was going to say sit down is like, okay, you can only read one thing in this, what am I going to pick up? Well, it's probably going to be Canterbury Tales or Sir Gawain and the Green Knight again. And again, when I was reading the Green Knight again, like in its original, well, not original, but reading it for the course, I got to appreciate quite a bit more about its structure and how it works, and I thought it was very, very cool. So yeah, I mean, I'd probably read those because I know that they give me pleasure. But the lesson in terms of studying things has always been, if I go to those things that I haven't really been able to develop an interest in, if I go about it seriously, if I give it an honest try, very often I will find that, I'm rewarded for that effort. I learn more about the world, and as a result get a bigger, either get a deeper appreciation of some of the things I already like, or I finally, stop sort of passing over things that might be very interesting if only I had just taken the time. So with that in mind, I'm starting the way that the index that it has here, because I know there's probably a few English nerds in the channel. The way that I've got the 8th edition of the Norton Anthology. So for the Middle Ages, it has sort of an introduction, about 24 pages of introduction, under Anglo-Saxon literature. So that goes from page 24 to 113. So about 100 pages, just shy of it. There is, it says, so I don't know how to pronounce this, if it's Bede or Bede, and Caedmon's hymn, or Cadman? I think it's Cadman's hymn. So the selection is from an ecclesiastical history of the English people, but I think the main purpose for it is to actually include Cadman's hymn, as opposed to the merits of the ecclesiastical history on its own. Next is The Dream of the Rood. Now, I didn't have to do either of those in university, but I really like The Dream of the Rood. Beowulf, which I am ashamed to admit I've not actually read in its entirety. Both in high school and college, we just did the first part, which is probably the Grendel part, which I suspect probably is a popular way of doing it, but I don't think quite does the poem justice. Judith, King Alfred, The Wanderer, and the Wife's Lament. So I haven't done any of those. Then it opens up Anglo-Norman literature, so that's 115 to, I think, 157. So Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, Geoffrey of Monmouth, The History of the Kings of Britain. I don't remember reading any of these. So where's Western Wind? I feel like I'm missing a couple of pieces that I remember reading in school. I'm not going to spend all day looking for them, but I'm kind of curious where they went, because I don't think there was a supplemental text. But yeah, so sorry, Weiss, Le Roman de Bru, Layman, Bru, The Myth of Arthur's Return, Exile, some Celtic contexts, and then it goes into the Middle English stuff, which I'm much more familiar with. So, Green Knight, Chaucer. I actually just did Canterbury Tales in both classes. I didn't do I don't even think it has. Oh no, it's got some others in there. And then at the end, some mystery plays, lyric. Oh, there's the lyric I was looking for. Morta Tur. And then the next volume is greetings all, work is done and so am I. Good to see you, nearly logical. But yeah, so in any case, what I really wanted to highlight here was I'm actually quite enjoying the Old English stuff finally, and I suspect this is definitely one of these cases where I never disliked the Old English stuff. I just never really engaged that deeply with it. And so for lack of familiarity, I didn't necessarily pick it up a whole lot. And obviously I'm familiar with its influence on other things. So, I think Orwell expresses a preference for Saxon words where you can in politics and the English language. And I know, in terms, there's some, guy who played too much D&D and wrote some like Plato fanfic about the Ring of Gyges or something like that, but you don't have to throw it in a volcano, or they made some movie about it. I'm sure you've seen it. But so obviously, it's hard to be into the things that I'm into and not have at least some familiarity with Old English. But reading the section from an ecclesiastical history of the English people, and I definitely struggle to work out the pronunciations for the Old English for Caedmon's hymn. But just looking at this whole story and the thank you for saying that, Befreefles. You can hang out if you want. Like, you're not persona non grata or that. Thank you for saying that. And I don't know. We can follow up later if you want. But if you want to go, totally understand. Thank you for saying so. But yeah, sorry, I've just got I can't find the section in front of me right now, but I think the thing that's kind of interesting about it is that the story that it will tell you is sort of this, is it a shepherd? This is the reason why I'm trying to find the specific section. Actually, you know what? It's short enough. I'm going to go to just chatting for a quick second. There's no possible way. Actually, I don't have enough pride to do this. I am going to do a terrible effort at reading the Old English. I am going to need a minute to take down some notes. But I think what might be interesting is if I just read the section to you and okay. Well, I did take some notes before, but I can't really read my handwriting. But what I'll try and do here is I'll read the fragment, because I think the story behind the hymn is kind of interesting. And then we can talk about how this kind of gave me a slightly different perspective on Book of Hours. And this will actually be relevant, not in this room that I'm reading, but it will become relevant in a couple of the sections that I wind up seeing later. So again, this is either Bede or Betty, circa 637 to 735, and Caedmon's hymn, from an ecclesiastical history of the English people. Heavenly Grace had especially singled out a certain one of the brothers in the monastery ruled by this abbess. Note here, Abbess Hilda, 614 to 680, a grandniece of the first Christian king of Northumbria, founded Whitby, a double house for monks and nuns, in 657 and ruled over it for 22 years. For he used to compose devout and religious songs. Whatever he learned of Holy Scripture with the aid of interpreters, he quickly turned into the sweetest and most moving poetry in his own language, that is to say, English. It often happened that his songs kindled a contempt for this world and a longing for the life of heaven in the hearts of many men. Indeed, after him, others among the English people tried to compose religious poetry, but no one could equal him, because he was not taught the art of song by men or by human agency, but received this gift through heavenly grace. Therefore, he was never able to compose any vain or idle songs, but only such as dealt with religion and were proper for his religious tongue to utter. As a matter of fact, he had lived in the secular estate until he was well advanced in age without learning any songs. Therefore, at feasts, when it was decided to have a good time by taking turns singing, whenever he would see the harp getting close to his place, note here, oral poetry was performed to an accompaniment of a harp, here the harp being passed from one participant of the feast to the other, each being expected to perform in turn. He got up in the middle of the meal and went home. Once he left the feast like this, he went to the cattle shed, which he had been assigned the duty of guarding that night. And after he had stretched himself out and gone to sleep, he dreamed that someone was standing at his side and greeted him, calling out his name. "Cadman," he said, "sing me something." And he replied, "I don't know how to sing. That is why I left the feast to come here, because I cannot sing." "All the same," said one who was speaking to him, "you have to sing for me." "What must I sing?" he said. And he said, "Sing about creation." At this, Cadman immediately began to sing verses in praise of God the Creator, which he had never heard before, and of which the sense is this. Now again, keep in mind that I am reading a book that for some reason decided to keep, I don't think it's the proper Old English spelling, but it definitely kept some of the weirdness. So there's, when you see an SC, it winds up being an SH and so on. So it's not, I don't think it's properly the Old English, but it's also not English. And on top of that, I am reading this as I quickly jotted down on my tablet in very cramped writing to try and help me with the phonetics. And I'm actually a bad poetry reader even when it comes to more contemporary English. So here it is in its original form as read by a complete incompetent. Nushulan Heraean. Heophrynich is weird. Metodes Mita, and his Moldiank. Werok Wulderfader. Swa he wundra yewas. Ekedrithen, or Ekedrithen, or Onstelda. He arst Skelp, the Elde Bernum. Heofren Tehrot, Heli Skippend. I can't read the next bits in my own hand, so Famidden Gerd, Monkynus Weird, Ekedrithen, After Teod, Firum Foldum, Freya Almighty. Which is supposed to translate to, "Now we must praise Heaven Kingdom's guardian, the measure's might, and his mind plans. The work of the glory Father, when he who wonders of everyone. Eternal Lord, the beginning established. He first created for men's sons, heaven as a roof, holy creator. Then middle earth, mankind's guardian, eternal Lord, afterwards made, for men earth, Master Almighty." So you can sometimes get little bits of English. So like Almighty definitely seems familiar, and his seems to be direct. But yeah, definitely not easy to read if you're not familiar. Here we return to the ecclesiastical history. This is the general sense, but not the exact order of the words that he sang in his sleep. Note here, Bede is referring to his Latin translation, for which we have substituted the Old English text with interlinear translation. For it is impossible to make a literal translation, no matter how well written, of poetry into another language without losing some of the beauty and dignity. When he woke up, he remembered everything that he had sung in his sleep, and to this he soon added, in the same poetic measure, more verses praising God. The next morning he went to the reeve, superintendent of farms belonging to the monastery, who was his foreman, and told him about the gift he had received. He was taken to the abbess and ordered to tell his dream and to recite his song to an audience of the most learned men, so that they might judge what nature of that vision was and where it came from. It was evident to all of them that he had been granted the heavenly grace of God. Then they expounded some bit of sacred story or teaching to him, and instructed him to turn it into poetry if he could. He agreed and went away, and when he came back the next morning, he gave back what had been commissioned to him in the finest verse. Therefore the abbess, who cherished the grace of God in this man, instructed him to give up secular life and to take monastic vows. And when she and all those subject to her received him into the community of brothers, she gave orders that he be taught the whole sequence of sacred history. He remembered everything that he was able to learn by listening and turning it over in his mind like a clean beast that chews the cud. In Mosaic law, clean animals, those that may be eaten, are those that both chew the cud and have a cloven hoof. Leviticus 11:3 and Deuteronomy 14:6. He converted it into the sweetest song, which sounded so delightful that he made his teachers, in their turn, his listeners. He sang about the creation of the world and the origin of the human race and all the history of Genesis, about the exodus of Israel out of Egypt and entrance into the Promised Land, and about many other stories of sacred scripture, about the Lord's incarnation and his passion, note here, suffering of Christ on the cross during his trial leading up to the crucifixion, resurrection and ascension into heaven, about the advent of the Holy Spirit and the teachings of the apostles. He also made many songs about the terror of the coming judgment and the horror of the punishments of hell and the sweetness of the heavenly kingdom, and a great many others besides about divine grace and justice, in all of which he sought to draw men away from the love of sin and to inspire them with delight in the practice of good works. So one of the reasons why I wanted to go through sort of this extended segment here is this story, I sort of feel, isn't entirely out of place in a game like Book of Hours, right? You could imagine finding this as a Solar Gothic book and sort of having it describe this individual who was sort of gifted with poetry, or the gift of poetry, divinely inspired, and is a recording of the poems that were brought in. And of course, you can also imagine taking another step, which is that the poems are these revelations of, let's say, the glory or the mansus, and it has to be sort of teasing out meaning from the Latin translation of this Old English poem, which is based off of this Old English poem, which is, based off of a vision. You can see why this would be very challenging. And you do actually have some of that in here. So I'm thinking specifically of the Zalopoulos glosses for the radical measure. I don't actually think we have the original radical measure. But you can kind of see how... you could see how, like, one, how this would fit in sort of this overall world, but number two, like, why all the occultists don't just have, like, you kind of ask the questions like, well, why can't these people just write straightforward, expositions about this secret world? And the answer is like, well, in some cases you're dealing with sort of visionaries, and you're dealing with 2 or 3 layers of translation describing something that really can't, defies rational thought, would be one way of sort of accounting for it. But, maybe a little bit more importantly, to me, it's always worth remembering, I have my own kind of context for coming to this stuff. So what I mean by that is when I sit down and I think of books and stories or literature, I do so as someone who was born in and raised in a country that is quite new. So Canada itself is just a little over 150 years. And we do have this common history with Britain, but it's very different, when, my family history has more to do with the colonists that came over rather than people who sort of grew up and sort of, basically we're different, right? And this has been true. If you go to the Canadian Museum of History, there is a description of what the colonists are like compared to the people on the continent. It's really interesting that perception was even there quite early on. And then when it comes to France, actually, there was a whole set of sort of criteria that would decide who would go in. They had quite a bit more restriction in terms of, they basically exercised quite a bit more control, which is one of the reasons why Canada is quite small in terms of population relative to the United States. That's true even back to the colonial times. So if there is going to be sort of ancient history in Canada, it is going to be Indigenous history. And that is something that, I will be familiar with some of the myths and legends, but I will confess that I am much more familiar with, ancient Greek and Roman stories than I am a lot of the Indigenous history in Canada. Although again, that is the reason why I go to things like the like the museums, and I do, where I can, try to familiarize myself. But again, a lot of the Indigenous literature I read is much more about contemporary concerns rather than some of the historical ones. And it's also true that we maybe don't have quite that same tradition that would have the it depends where you look, but like if you read something like The Handmaid's Tale, for instance, you're not necessarily going to see that interwoven with with the Indigenous literature. Whereas if I'm reading some of this English literature, you'll have people who are remarking on the ancient Roman ruins, because these are people who, when they go out, it is possible that they will see an ancient Roman ruin. I'm not going to experience something like that. Most of the buildings that I see in my, even if I'm going out looking for old buildings, are going to be quite new by the standards of the old world. So I guess where I'm trying to go with this is that one of the things I sometimes forget when it comes to literature, particularly English literature, is how that older context sort of has quite a bit of relevance. And what it kind of makes me think, something that maybe was lying underneath but I didn't directly appreciate about Book of Hours, is it is a game about a big library and all of the different texts and writing and all of that. But I have a feeling that to a certain extent, a lot of this is just a celebration of English literature itself. That, it's not, I'm not just kind of dragging out of the fact that I'm reading some old English and saying is like, oh, this reminds me of a Solar Gothic thing. I think actually probably quite a bit of this is just a reflection of what is very, if you've listened to Skeleton Songs, you will know that Weather Factory that's Alexis Kennedy and Lottie Bevan, are definitely very, very educated and very thoughtful readers of English literature. Their enthusiasm for this goes through. And I can say for sure, Lottie in particular has a strong interest in Old English. So I don't think I've actually ever had an email exchange with her since I expressed frustration with the email newsletter that was trying to bring back the Thorn. So I've probably destroyed any any conversation topic I can have with them. How you doing, Temp Mine? Oh dear. So this is all messed up. And this will not do. I do actually need them to... I do need them to line up. Alright, how am I going to get out of this? Sorry, just give me a quick second here to try and recover the library. Okay, can't fit it in there. Yeah, the whole ordering here is completely whacked. Looks like I need to move another text over, so... Oh, but that won't fit. Drat! Oh, I've really gone and done it. So I've got letters from a fugitive, but there should be another... There should be another Lars Westergren. Oh, what the hell is this doing over here? Okay. Yeah, and then the Little Sophia book is also... Yeah, something is definitely messed up the... We've got Omar the Blaze. We've got the Nin Works. So Singlefoot songs should be closer to okay, Sunset Passages never actually had... Oh, here we go. Okay, so there's the Little Sophia book. Okay, here's what I'm going to do instead. Let's take the ink section. That's going to get its own... Yeah, ink section is going to get its own spot. Otherwise, we're going to be here all day. Okay, so there we get the Wainscot histories. So all the Tantras in here. Now this is also probably going to have its own set of problems. Right, so this was Schaller that... So doubling up was sort of the argument there. The only thing is that, like, Near the Grove of Green Immortals sort of argues that it should be close to these tablets here. Or not tablets, but... managing Temp Mine, thank you for asking. I know managing isn't the most exciting or optimistic note, but it was a tough weekend, so... Okay, yeah, so some of these, like the, they kind of wrap into other shelves, but for the most part, we're back where we need to be. In fact... Okay, yeah, so... Seems like I have a little more space to work with, so I'm going to try and correct a little bit of... So the reason I want to... Sorry, I should explain. The reason why I kind of want to mess around with these is if I can avoid having books covered by my... my winged friend, that's going to save me a whole lot of trouble later on. How about I remember to put the Lars Westergren documents in before I start? Well, I guess one bit of good news is that the ivory and iron and... Nope! Still not enough room. Okay, I think that's as good as I can get it. But it did just occur to me... Yeah, so House of Leaf doesn't make sense. Well, yeah, that'll have to do. Let's at least take the House of Leaf. We'll tack that on to the Society of Noble Endeavor. So there's at least some kind of consistency. Yeah, it'll have to do there. But yeah. So, anyways, the I guess what I'm trying to say is that I obviously put a lot of emphasis on some of the different sort of some of the classics stuff that I find because it's what's familiar to me. Let's say. I guess I don't have anything I can do with the rest of today, so I'll have to pick. I'll have to pick something to. Well, if I want, I'll have to pick something to take to bed with me. I don't necessarily have to because I kind of get to do whatever at this point. I don't know, bittersweet certainty maybe. But yeah, I guess the biggest thing for me is that I'm kind of realizing, oh, this one's gonna suck. I guess I'm kind of realizing that the I'm sure some of that is true and in there, but I actually don't need to dig that far to be able to how do I put it? Like I don't think the classic stuff is the only connection that needs to be made. That is an influence on some of the cults and such, but I suspect that probably the more I spend kind of going through my old English texts and start reading some of the things that are unfamiliar, I will probably gain a greater appreciation for a few of these different segments. And again, like I said, part of this is just getting a chance to learn of a perspective that comes from writing and being familiar with a body of work that has it can take for granted that other stuff that I talked about, right? Like being able to see Roman ruins where you live, and that being something that's worth remarking on, but maybe not the most remarkable thing that you've ever seen. Okay. I do have a few things that I wanted to get through. So I was talking about how I went through the different I went through the different books. Now, one thing I'd like to follow up on is the Hunting Journals of Brian DeWolf. I'd actually like to verify that recipe. I think we can also do the same with Sights and Sensations, but Sights and Sensations is a little less it's going to be less of a surprise, let's say, because I think we have all the recipes for that. So we can do that right now. So it says the specific passage was using Sights and Sensations and Winter Aspect. Chili elixir from flowers using Sights and Sensations and Winter Aspect. So that one's pretty much a recipe in the terms of a recipe right there. So that's Solomon's preparation, and then further refinement gives us an Illican. So no surprises there. What is a question, though, is the Mazarine Fife. So one thing I'd kind of like to do is just take a quick peek at the various workbenches to see if there's a sky, or maybe not even a sky aspect, but something with furs and feathers that I can combine that still lets me use the tool. Maybe. I'd still want to add the Faust, though. I don't see how any of these would allow you to use a tool, so I think I'm probably stuck with the desk again. Which is not a hardship. I was just hoping that I'd maybe have something else that I could add add the fife to. So I think the problem I run into here is that I can take the Mazarine Fife, I can add a Faust. I can even add, or was it? Furs and Feathers, which is what we got from the text. But in order to bring this up to level, 15 is quite a tall order. I don't think I can actually do it at the desk. I would have to find some other way of getting enough sky. Even the Didymos, I think, is only going to give me 5, so I would need to find something that would accept a tool while also allowing... So this is really where you want... Actually, I know exactly what to do that at. Not this one, but maybe Januarius? That doesn't take tools. Maybe. I don't know. Figure the answer is always just say something wrong on the internet. There's the cheat code for finding things out online is you can ask the question and then just give the reply down below and make a mistake, because people will never actually help, but they sure love telling people what to do online. There we go. This may offer a little bit more. Unfortunately, woven is not the same as fabric. So I could try and make a second Mazarine fife, I suppose. So I can't see how wood or made... Well, made of wood might be... Made of wood might be a slightly different matter. But the fact remains, like unless I can find something that gives me more than one memory, I'm coming up short when it comes to the Furs and Feathers and the Mazarine fife. So plan B would be... It would still be good for me to get the level 10 on the books, though. Sorry, just a minute. I think probably the best way for me to handle this is turn this into a to-do list. So when I've got 15 that I can apply with furs and feathers, I'll handle that. And then where did the rest of this go? Okay, yeah. So rather than trying to find a way to angle around it, we can still get on with our reading, learn a little bit more about the DeWolfs, and as we acquire books, hopefully more solutions will present themselves. Okay, sunny day. I mean, that gives me a little sky to work with. Actually, the one thing that does do is that should at least give me the level 10, so now I don't need to worry about generating a memory for that. Okay, so an Ascendant Harmony out of that. That's not a huge surprise. There's the question as to whether or not I'd want to make it. It is something that I can probably take overnight with me if I thought it was useful. But I'm going to keep going for now, at least. I think we'll keep going with the story of the DeWolfs. So we'll start by making some money at the Sweet Bones. And let's read these in chunks. So we've got, yeah, Musgrave, we're still carrying on. There's a lot of, there's actually a lot on Ava DeWolf. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, okay, we're still good. So what I'm going to do here is I'll read the remaining, read the remaining texts that are not Ava DeWolf, and then we will, we'll move on to the DeWolf collection. And again, the focus for today really is just getting through my library with its fairly idiosyncratic filing system. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. This time we'll use the... Yeah, we'll use the FOST here. So notes on bindings. And the world despoiled, we can go to the town of Regensburg, Berg's desk. And actually, I suppose, I don't exactly get points for spreading them out over the day, so let's queue up. You know what, it is easier for me to hang on to the ordering though. Just as long as I use up everything by the end of the day, we should be good. Now the other challenge that I'm going to have in working out the order, so I think probably I'll read the collections here first, and then we'll move on to this little trio in the Pale Room next, and then we'll go sort of St. Brendan's, Curia, Cucurbit, so on. And unfortunately, I think this is going to result in a whole bunch of juggling that we need to do with the shelves. I'm really not looking forward to handling that. All right, A Light in the Inkwell. Musgrave, fourth of the DeWolf line, writes tentatively about the Covenant of Brankrug and the legacy of the sacred inks he calls Incasta Revelatonia. Sorry, Revelatonia. Yeah. Words are of the first importance, so the Book of Suns teaches, but do not words require ink, and is the inkwell not then the womb of words? Musgrave identifies the Ichor Auroral as the mother of the Incastum Porphyrine. He adds that it would be blasphemous to describe the origins of the Ichor itself, although a scrawled marginal note suggests that a later reader thought Musgrave was only hiding his ignorance beneath a cloak of piety. Okay. So let's, I'm going to bring up my Word document on the side. I don't know if there's any interest in seeing me write this out while I do it, but I'll probably just talk over the entries. So basically in Word I add a new heading for each book, so A Light in the Inkwell. Hi, Bionic Beans. This is just a reference to the determinations that are already in my journal. I am definitely determined to get through more books today, but that's not the reason why it is so titled. I hope you're doing well. Okay. So, So what I get out of this, the note that I've written here by Musgrave about the Covenant of Bragkrug and the legacy of sacred inks in Casta Revolutonia. Book of Suns teaches that words are of first importance. Inkwells are the womb of words. Ichor Auroral is the mother of Porphyrine. Presumably Inks of Revelation plus Ichor Auroral does not list the origin of Ichor. So what I would take from that, and this is one reason why I don't want to throw all my elements of the soul at books if I can avoid it. Presumably if we throw Inks of Revelation... Yeah, so we've got Uzult, but we have an undiscovered 15. Although presumably that would be with the moth. But maybe it isn't. So I could try something with... Oh, but the FET won't work here. I don't really have much in terms of Lantern to throw. Well, Lantern also won't... Well, we can try, but I'm just simply not going to have that much in terms of Lantern to provide here. In fact, we've already hit the 15. So let's see what happens with... I don't have any Moth to contribute either. Okay, it won't let me add the Uzult because of the... Yeah, so that's a non-starter in a few ways. This definitely makes for some interesting challenges when it comes to So I've got the dispensary, but I don't know if the dispensary is going to allow me to add... Well, it would let me add Inks of Revelation. I guess they would let me put in the Occult Scrap because it's Moth. But I need to find another 5 Moth, and I don't think I can get that from a Remains. We also need his soul, so... Yeah, with the right Newman, I would be okay, but I don't have such a Newman. So the funny thing is, I also don't see Moth as being a particular, like, that's not, well, we've got the Malachite, actually. I was going to say, I don't remember this being a particular specialty of the Triple Knot, but that was just because I lost my mind temporarily. Okay. If I could do 2 liquids, being able to add the Skin-Shuck Mead would basically solve this for me. But unfortunately, I don't think I can do that and add the... Yeah, that doesn't get added at all. Yeah, Catacombs Altar, I can see why that wouldn't be. Okay, so unless there's some crazy feature of the Ichor Auroral, I think I'm gonna... Oh, the fact that it's a pigment might be... That's all well and good, but this is Nectar, Grail, and Moon, so even then that's not helping. But I seem to recall a couple of the desks wind up doing a couple of... Okay. There may be something here. Well, it's not what I was expecting, but let's see. I might actually be able to make something happen out of this. Oh, 6 is quite high, so at this point we just add... Well, that's a disappointment. Okay, so it's definitely not the Ichor Auroral that we're looking for the Moth. And if Uzalt... Yeah, so I guess the funny thing here is that if Uzalt is the one that gives you Moth anyway, it's very hard to see... Okay, well the one thing that I know for sure out of that is that it's not Ichor Auroral and Moth and Inks of Revelation. Now that doesn't mean... There can be others, so... I don't know, maybe it's Inks of Power, after all. There's certainly a kind of a logic behind that as well. Although, you know, I think it's fair to say that... you know, if he's talking about Incasta Revelatonia, that's probably going to be the... sorry. How you doing, Vanguard Master? Yeah, so, okay, what I'm trying to say is that we know about the Ichor Auroral because of Auroral Contemplations. So if I throw these together, we get a Porphyrin out of that. But I don't believe that that book gave me the Porphyrin. So... Yeah, I need to quite figure out... I need to figure out the Ichor Auroral hint present in that book, because I'm not entirely sure it's trying to direct me towards doing this in Auroral Contemplations. But we did get 15 Moth with the Ichor Auroral being present. So if it's trying to hint about Porphyrin, it's definitely a different skill that I need to use. And I mean, just for a test, I can try it at power at Natan's desk, but presumably these are things that I should be able to read without knowing the skill associated with it. Okay, notes on bindings. Gideon DeWolf, 5th Baron Brandkrug, discusses techniques shared between medical suturing, tailoring, and carefully, elusively, the binding of restless spirits. Gideon's favorite motif is the history of the flesh. He insists obscurely that histories should be woven, not written. Gideon speaks reverently of the Weirdweft, which he has achieved by applying stitching and binding arts to fabric in the presence of sufficient heart. He laments, however, that its complexities only approach those understood by the Sisterhood of the Knot, which in turn are only a shadow of the true braid of histories. So, let me just take a minute here to make my notes. Notes on bindings. Gideon speaks reverently of the Weirdweft, which he has achieved by applying stitching and binding arts to a fabric in the presence of sufficient heart. So I think this is possibly the Swaddled Thunder. Oh, hang on, no, we've made one of these. It's it shows like a little cat's cradle kind of an image. So interestingly enough, Gideon's comments have Gideon's comments kind of have a connection to what we find in the Copperlinth of Phalos. But I've got what I needed out of here. Let's try that stitching and binding recipe just so I can double check. Again, I think I've already made the item in this, but I clearly got ahead of myself when I was talking about the Swaddled Thunder. I believe the Weirdweft is in fact its own creation. Now, unfortunately, I don't have heart to work with. So I've got 6. So if I've got 2 heart fabrics to work with, great. I don't think I will, though. Storage closet. There we go. Okay, so none of those give me heart. Fabrics are really hard to come by. Oh, hang on. I have 2 Swaddled Thunder, which counts as a fabric too. Firthweft. So stitching and binding with scholar level heart plus fabric creates Firthweft. Okay, oh right, so I think if I actually added the, sorry, Frithweft. If I added the Frithweft I believe that would actually make the Swaddled Thunder, but I don't exactly need another one of these things, and I'm learning how difficult it is to make fabric, so I will leave that aside. We got what we needed from the text, which is good. Okay. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So let's recover that whist. Oops. It is summer, and I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and a good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Okay, so I do want to make a little more progress in terms of the books, but the point of reading these things is to actually get the details out of them. So we've got The World Despoiled, subtitled The Flowers in the Waste, an epic poem that presents medical treatise through allegory. The author is Gideon de Wolf, 5th Baron Brankrug, sometimes unkindly called The Cutter. The poem is a substantial variation on the Fisher King tale. A wounded wasteland monarch learns that he and his land can be cured, but that the cure is their own response to ever more savage maladies. Gideon concludes with a concrete example that the mysteries can be used to despoil mine own soaks, but then the soak can then be refined with sufficient heart into the Sanguis Sultandis, which I think is the true blood of Saint Januarius. But again, this is why we test these things. So I don't suppose anybody knows a hotkey in Office for switching between the styles, like to go from title to heading to normal. So I'm not quite clear when they're talking about the mysteries can be used to despoil mine own soaks. I'm not 100% sure about despoiling the soaks, but it does have the soak can then be refined with sufficient heart into the Sanguinis Sultandis. So sorry, Sanguis Sultandis. So the tricky part out of this one is, and maybe it would have been better for me when making my spreadsheet if I also made a note of what like if I made a note of what lessons came out of these books as well, I would maybe guess surgeries and exsanguinations would be a good first guess on this one. Again, I can kind of consult the files if I really wanted, but part of the fun of this is to see what I can pull out. So again, I'm expecting we've already learned how to make this, but my prediction would be let's see if I can verify it. If we take Gideon's Soaks, which I don't even remember where they would have been, probably in the Nocturnary. Yeah. We do have a solace that we can work with. So that brings us up to 8, so we'll definitely get it with surgeries and examinations. Okay, interesting. So that allows us to make Gideon's Soaks, but apparently there's an even higher level, so we can probably add the heart. Yeah, heart in a jar. There it is. January Sanguinary. Surgeries and exsanguinations with keeper level heart plus Gideon's Soaks creates January Sanguinary. So, I suppose the lesson here was creating Gideon's Soaks, which we got by just adding liquid. Although it is kind of funny that we wind up getting the same thing with Nock as well. So overall, I'm glad that I did that. I'm just hoping that we don't take as long for the next few. So now we're going to read about Ava DeWolf and her various writings. So, do I even have something that would work with? Oh yeah, I've got the core and the winter. 108, scale secure. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. I feel like there's a better ordering that I can do of these things, but I'll settle for what I've got now. Natan's desk for Lady Ava's repose. Battery after, and then Ambrose's desk for the crossing to noon. And then when I can, I'll still try to restore a few elements of the soul. The big drawback I find on this approach is just that it's very halting. So there's sort of there's the bit of reading that we do, and then we wait a minute, and then there's the reading that we do, then we wait a minute. And there's a side of me that says maybe I should just try and run the clock while I'm getting all the other work done. But the drawback there is I can wind up in a situation where I run out of time in the day, and I still have some elements of the soul left over. So I'll try and keep the writing part down to what's essential. But the last couple of times I spent some time to actually make some notes, it did wind up giving me some recipes that I wasn't aware of. Okay, so 108. Ava DeWolf discourses on the fifth history, and particularly on those who are said to have passed over from it. The Great Hooded Princes, the Nocklong who ascended under the Mother of Ants, but now, so Ava claims, honor the Horned Axe. The Great Hooded Princes call their library the Tomb of Lies, and this has given rise to a foolish tradition that the princes are habitual liars. Of course, in fact, truth flourishes when lies are slain. On the other hand, the princes do not say knowledge is power, but rather power is knowledge. Ava has, to her regret, never visited the library. She notes that it is said to be west of the Lion and north of Victory, and suggests that, although the princes are generally associated with India, their library might be further east. So this is actually one of these things that, if it wasn't written by Ava DeWolf, would definitely be in a different section of the library. It's also worth noting here that I can't discern a direct recipe out of this. But I am still going to take some notes. So let's just see. What I'm finding helpful here is read the text through once. There's actually a book. I haven't read the full way, but it's I think it's Mortimer Adler and Charles Van Doorn. It's called How to Read a Book, and it is essentially about, like, so there's the obvious joke, right? You know, how to the sequel will be how to read 2 books, or, well, if you could read the book, why would you need it, right? But essentially it's about developing a close reading that will give you an idea of what the author was trying to go for, right? I think it's fair to say that most people who like reading also probably have the feeling that they would like to engage more deeply with the works that they can. I think even if you can do that, you still feel like you probably want to get better at it. So I think one of the things that they recommend in it, and I'll be honest with you, I don't practice this myself, but I think basically they sort of say skim it first and then read. So like essentially what you would do is you just kind of skim over the entire book. So like this is the exact opposite of like no spoilers type of reading. But again, the aim of this is to kind of get a big overview in terms of where the book is going. What that will do is properly reading the earlier parts of the work, because you know what they are building towards. You can sort of appreciate the argument in full. It's an interesting idea, but again, I probably should try it, because I know by the end of the book they do have a couple of examples. But it was funny because I got a couple coworkers who English is not their first language, and they actually read that book, and they were wondering if that was how English people read books. No, that's definitely not. But I was very amused that I was not the only person who had read that. Okay, so what are the details that I'm looking for here? So, I mean, again, I spent some time talking about how it lends itself to jokes and that, but it is actually something that's helping in terms of taking down the notes, because it's easy enough for me to just copy all of the text in the game, but that doesn't really help me with the things that are essential. So, by Ava discourses on the 5th history. Interesting. Okay, so there's something kind of interesting in light of how many entries. I noticed this is one of the first ones that I've taken a lot of information from the front, and I think that's just because there isn't a recipe on the other end of this. But given how many of the histories we've gotten now involve the revenge of the gods from stone, and I believe the Horned Axe may actually be one of the, or at least one of the older ones that survived, there is something kind of interesting how the Great Hooded Princes ascended under the Mother of Ants, but have transitioned to the other Knockhour. or one of the other knock hours. I'm trying to remember if I think there's a couple of others. So the Great Hooded Princes call their library the Tomb of Lies, and this has given rise to foolish traditions that the princes are habitual liars. Of course, in fact, truth flourishes when lies are slain. On the other hand, the princes do not say knowledge is power, but rather power is knowledge. So there is something interesting about how truth and lies are capitalized here. Ava has, to her regret, never visited the library. She notes that it is said to be west of the Lion and north of Victory, and suggests that, although the princes are generally associated with India, their library might be further east. Okay, so lots of lore in there, but yes, I don't quite have a I don't have a firm grip on what else I should be taking out of that. All right, A Pale Lady and a Prince of Wines, an anonymous biography of Ava DeWolf, last of the DeWolfs, focused rather salaciously on her personal troubles and intrigues. Ava DeWolf is engaged to one Abraham Wheelock, but he leaves her at the altar. Furious and humiliated, she returns to Brankrug and is not seen in London again. 3 days after her departure, Abraham Wheelock's body is washed up near Gravesend. His face is so badly pecked by birds that he is only identified by his belongings. These include a waxed pouch containing a letter addressed to Wheelock, whose contents seem to show that he is a spy in the pay of the Austrians. Subsequent investigations suggest that the letter is a forgery, but the matter remains obscure. Lord Franklin Bancroft, sometimes called the Prince of Wines, begins a series of visits to Brankrug House. His relationship with Ava becomes a source of scandal. Ava is by now 49, but rumors persist for years of a DeWolf Bancroft heir. Ava's biographer claims that before her drowning death, her child by Bancroft was adopted by her friends the Southies, that the child became the sister of the later poet laureate Robert Southey. No real evidence is provided in support of this claim. Okay, so this is the real Berenzia. Ava DeWolf is engaged to one Abraham... Right. So we've seen references to the Wheelocks before. In fact, I believe we even saw that in one of Walter's journal. Should actually have that in my notes. Yep, so Journal of Walter DeWolf collaborated with Gregory Wheelock, so definitely not the first... not the first collaboration. Okay. So I don't have a direct link between this first part and this second one. This could just be the chronological order of events. So we've got Bancroft, Prince of Wines, begins a series of visits. Okay. There is one thing I want to double check here. I'm not familiar with the name Robert Southey, but I am curious if he was a historical figure. Yep, there he is. Robert Southey, English Romantic poet. Robert Southey was an English poet of the Romantic school and poet laureate from 1813 until his death. Like other Lake poets, William Wordsworth and Samuel Taylor Coleridge, those ones I'm familiar with. Southey began as a radical but steadily became more conservative as he gained respect for Britain and its institutions. Other romantics, such as Byron, accused him of siding with the establishment for money and status. He is remembered especially for the poem After Blenheim, the original version of Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Robert Southey was born in Wine Street, Bristol, to Robert Southey and Margaret Hill. He was educated at Westminster School, London, where he was expelled for writing an article in the Flagellant, a magazine he originated, attributing the invention of flogging to the devil, and at Balliol College, Oxford. Southey went to Oxford with a heart full of poetry and feeling and a head full of Rousseau and Werther, and my religious principles shaken by Gibbon. I'm assuming Werther here is in a reference to The Sorrows of Young Werther, the German work. He later said of Oxford, "All I learnt was a little swimming and a little boating." He did, however, write a play, Wat Tyler, which in 1817, after he became poet laureate, was published to embarrass him by his enemies. Experimenting with a writing partnership with Samuel Taylor Coleridge, most notably in their joint composition The Fall of Robespierre. How have I not heard of this guy before? I probably haven't, just forgot. Southey published his first collection of poems in 1794. The same year, Southey, Coleridge, Robert Lovell, and others discussed creating an idealistic community, Pantisocracy, on the banks of the Susquehanna River in America. I have to check this. Pantisocracy, from the Greek meaning equal or level government, by for all, was a utopian scheme devised in 1794 by, among others, the poet Samuel Taylor Coleridge and Robert Southey for an egalitarian community. It is a system of government where all rule equally. They originally intended to establish such a community in the United States, choosing the site on the banks of the, again, I can't pronounce this, Susquehanna River, after considering other places such as Kentucky. By 1795, Southey had doubts about the viability of this and proposed moving the project to Wales. The two men were unable to agree on the location, causing the project to collapse. There's a whole bunch more here, but I want to focus on Southey. In 1795, he married Edith Fricker, whose sister Sarah married Coleridge. The same year, he traveled to Portugal and wrote Joan of Arc, published in 1796, and then wrote many ballads, went to Spain in 1800, and on his return settled in the Lake District. In 1799, Southey and Coleridge were involved with early experiments with nitrous oxide, laughing gas, conducted by the Cornish scientist Humphrey Davy. While writing prodigiously, he received a government pension in 1807, and in 1809 started a long association with the Quarterly Review, which provided almost his only income for most of his life. He was appointed laureate in 1813, a post he came to greatly dislike. In 1821, Southey wrote A Vision of Judgment to commemorate George III, in the preface to which he attacked Byron, who, as well as responding with a parody, The Vision of Judgment, see below, mocked him frequently in Don Juan. In 1837, Edith died, and Southey remarried to Caroline Ann Bowles, also a poet, on the 4th of June, 1839. The marriage broke down, not least because of his increasing dementia. His mind was giving away when he wrote a last letter to his friend Walter Savage Landor in 1839, but he continued to mention Landor's name when generally incapable of mentioning anyone. He died on the 21st of March, 1843, and was buried in the churchyard at Crosswaite Church in Keswick, where he had worshipped for 40 years. There's a memorial to him inside the church with an epigraph written by his friend William Wordsworth. Southey was also a prolific letter writer, literary scholar, essay writer, historian, and biographer. His biographies include the life and works of John Bunyan, John Wesley, William Cowper, Oliver Cromwell, and Horatio Nelson. The last has rarely been out of print since its publication in 1813 and was adapted as the 1926 British film Nelson. He was a generous man, particularly kind to Coleridge's abandoned family, but he incurred the enmity of many, including Hazlitt as well as Byron, who he felt had betrayed his principles in accepting pensions and the laureateship, and in retracting his youthful ideals. So I am curious, doesn't say anything about brothers and sisters, which isn't entirely surprising for... Oh, this is interesting. So there is a note here in popular culture. In the video game Book of Hours, released in 2023 by Weather Factory, the Southey family are good friends with the fictional Baroness Ava de Wolf, and there are rumors that they adopted her illegitimate child as Abra Southey and presented her as the younger sister to Robert. That's a fun detail. Also, it seems to indicate here that the so we don't actually have a first name from this, so it does seem to suggest that there will be some more follow-up which gives a first name. There's a bunch more on him here, but I did want to give I did at least want to give the biography because I at least learned something out of that. So, pack that away. On to Lady Ava's Repose, a meditation on the drowning of Lady Ava de Wolf and her two grandchildren, written in the years when the estate was abandoned by Father Theo, once the de Wolf family chaplain, one of the few to remain on the Isle in those desolate years. There are so many stories of her heritage, so many rumors of her persistence. We might easily choose to believe that the grand twins escape, even that they yet live beyond the sea. Father Theo has come to believe that Ava sought an escape from a family curse, the pale heritage of Haffren, her forebear, or in the curse placed upon the line by the cunning man Red William in the time of Hendrik de Wolf. He had begun by believing neither curse was real, but as the book concludes, he decides that he is determined to believe in them rather than accept the three deaths of the futile tragedy. One does not so easily escape the long necessity of faith, he concludes. Okay, so on to Lady Ava's Repose for notes. So I parsed that out wrong. I thought that the estate was abandoned by Father Theo rather than the the rather than the author being the father. But the fact that he refers to Faith, I think, tells me about the author. So many stories of her heritage, so many rumors of her persistence, we might easily choose to believe that the Grand Twins escaped, even that they live yet beyond the sea. So I can't help but connect that with the, when they talk about the twins, I can't help but connect that to the sister and witch and sister, although it's not to suggest that they are that, just that I think there is deliberately a parallel being made. Okay. He has come to believe that Ava sought an escape from a family curse, the pale heritage of Haffrin, her forebear, or on the curse placed upon the line of the cunning man Red William in the time of Hendrik de Wolf. So the interesting thing out of this one is that when it says, when he's referring to the Red William curse, the reading of the curse itself, her drowning would be the fulfillment of the curse, as opposed to the avoiding it. But we also know that there are suggestions that it was not a curse, but rather a prophecy. So there may be some more we want to unpack, which would be something we'll take a look at if we see any further references to Red William. Okay. So I'm noticing, you'll notice actually in this case here, so we have a bit of there's a bit of a consistency here in the sense that everything we've seen so far with Lady Ava actually has nothing to do with recipes. So Thomas de Wolf had comments about the blossoms of the Watchman's Tree. Journal of Walter de Wolf, that was actually pure lore as well. Hunting Journals of Brian de Wolf possibly had something about the sky-inspired fife with high sky aspect. Musgrave Sketches had the Solomon's Preparation and also suggestion it could produce Nillikant. We didn't quite figure out what was going on with the light in the inkwell, but definitely that had something about how to make porphyrin. And the Notes on Bindings told us how to make the Weird Weft. And then the World Despoiled actually indirectly gave us a recipe for Gideon Soaks, but did tell us how to make the True Blood of St. Januarius. So, on that note... okay, yeah, Five Heart is reasonably powerful. I guess the big thing here is that as a destination, this doesn't actually seem all that interesting. So I do need to find some better uses for some of these, I think. Okay, but then we get into 108. That one is about the Great Hooded Princes, Pale Lady and Prince of Wines. Again, more stories about Ava and Bancroft. And then Lady Ava's Repose, Ava and her daughters. But, or was it daughter? Well, it says grand twins, but But yeah, in this case, we're not actually getting any recipes out of these books. So in this case, we have a lot of different books. Again, it's like Berenzia showing up in Elder Scrolls. Lots of references to this figure. But interestingly enough, where some of the books that we were reading before had some sort of mechanical purpose, all of these are purely about. All of these are about the just the story, which I like personally. But okay, Eteri After, an anonymous erotic novel occasionally claimed to have been written by Ava DeWolf, although at least 2 duels were fought in her honor to avenge this slander. The novel graphically details Madame Eteri's various imprisonments, ravishments, and escapes in the debauched Commonwealth of Tinctures and its neighbor, Pius Atrament. So this would be one case. Now this is suggested to be written by Ava DeWolf. It's not necessarily actually by her, but it becomes apparent that many of Eteri's lovers and pursuers, Catwink, Houndsgalls, Nulike, are transparent allegories for inks, and that Eteri is an embodiment of knowledge pinned to paper, to her mingled delight and dismay. The author only half commits to the metaphor, though, and is clearly at least as interested in titillation as revelation. So yeah, interestingly enough, I guess it doesn't really say. I guess it doesn't really say anything. There's nothing really resembling a recipe in this, I guess. But let's try it again. So this may be a shorter entry for me in the notes. So. Okay. The Crossing to Noon, the mystic Garcia Sauri gives a picturesque account of the adventures of Franklin Bancroft, Prince of Wines, and Ava DeWolf, the Pale Lady, on their way to the hidden island of Noon. For a long time, the Blackbone pondered her next move, until the moon dared to peep from behind a cloud, and the prince completed the composition of his third sestina. But the lady met the blind gaze of its open pores, waiting for the tide. Garcia Sauri acknowledges in an epilogue that it is widely known that Ava in fact tragically drowned herself and her twin infant granddaughters without ever making such a journey, but he adds contemptuously, it is also widely known that the city unbuilt will so remain, and that only one history is ever written, and that Janus is a Mansesprank. Okay. Crossing to Noon. So in this case, I note here, it says, for a long time the Blackbone pondered her next move. So in this case, I would note the... this is the first time that I've seen her referred to as that. I should take note if there's any future references that come up. I am interested here when it talks about the moon. So it talks about Bancroft completing the Sistina, but specifically when the moon comes out. Now, unless I remember what skill came out of that, I think it would be pretty extreme for me to try and somehow pull out some sort of recipe out of, like, I can't really see a whole lot of writing recipes that would involve the creation of something, let's say. So, Garcia Sauri acknowledges in an epilogue that it is widely known that Ava in fact tragically drowned herself and that her twin infant granddaughters without ever making such a journey. But adds contemptuously, it is also widely known that City Unbuilt will so remain, that only one history is ever written, and that Janus is a mansa sprang. Now, what I suppose is kind of interesting here is that, so the suggestion here would be that we now know not just what happened to Ava DeWolf, but also Franklin Bancroft, who disappeared. So the suggestion here is that they went to Port Noon, and then I believe Port Noon is where you drink from the fountain where you become forgotten. And I guess the thing I'm not clear on here would be, does being forgotten imply all trace of you is gone completely? In which case, the fact that we have records of both Bancroft and Ava would suggest that this is not the correct, not the correct determination. Or is it just simply that, forgotten sort of in contemporary times? So, vanished without a trace would be consistent with somebody drinking from the fountain. In which case, this is true of both Ava DeWolf and Franklin Bancroft. So yeah, I'm not quite sure. And I don't think we're going to have the Noon stuff resolved in this particular game. Yeah, so I think probably the most interesting one out of this is, it's interesting to have this idea of the later fate of Ava DeWolf. It does raise a question what happened to the granddaughters, but the fact that Sauri seems to... So it is also widely known that City Unbuilt will so remain, that one history is ever written, and that Janus is a mansa sprang. Well, it's pretty clear... the most common belief of the people we would consider to be knowledgeable in this world believe not only that there is more than one history, but there are very specifically 5 histories. Also that there may be conditions under which maybe even more are written, but it is definitely not just one. And so if we accept that Sauri is better informed on these matters, that the City Unbuilt will be built, also that Janus is a thing, although we haven't touched on the Janus stuff a lot. Like, it comes up occasionally, but definitely that's going to be one that I pay attention on this. So I suppose from Sauri, I would say it is most likely in these cases that not only are these things true, but they are so obviously true to someone who's knowledgeable that they're used in sort of, I don't know, almost a mocking sense. I may need to get some more tea, but let's carry on. And we have one... Oh, better now. Okay, let's get another element of the soul back. So I've got 3 to play with, but I also think we only have... Oh, we have 4 books. Well, we've got 3 from Valentine DeWolf. So these would be the last 3 that are directly either by the DeWolfs or about the DeWolfs. So this is actually kind of nice. And then after that, we've got a couple from Ernestine Peterhans. I'm very interested in Three Flowers Hath the Tree. And then we also have some of the sort of associated texts, in this case, Bancroft Diaries and Old Copper Nose and the Softer Metal. And again, there's arguments that these maybe should have been placed in other parts of the house. But I'm working with them here. And then after that, we can start working on these other books. I am going to need to decide when I want to put a pin in the restoration of Elements of the Soul. Maybe what I'll do, so we've got Beekeeper's Ends, so Ricardo Milagro. I believe we already had a reference to that, actually, in Musgrave's Sketches, was it? Or no, you know what? That story was in the garden here. In 1652, Musgrave de Wolf caught a traveling peddler stealing vegetables from this garden, an eccentric wanderer who went by Ricardo Milagro. Musgrave's ancestors would simply have hung the fellow, but Musgrave decreed 7 years' service in the garden instead. When the 7 years were up, Milagro had proved his worth as a gardener and chose to make Brankrug his home. The grapevines here were planted with rootstock he carried in his pack, which of course invites the question, well, where did he come from? That might tell us something about the grapes. Okay. A True History of Valentine de Wolf, written in the third person by Valentine de Wolf, rarely coherent, though it includes some useful footnotes on falconry and on exotic veterinary medicine. Valentine is obsessed with the meaning of the de Wolf coat of arms. On a field or a chevron, enarched jewels between 2 corby heads, erased sable in chief, and a wolf sajant sable in base. Now these are all, I actually did look this up, so all of these are terms for a coat of arms. I just don't remember them well enough to be able to say, like, I would need to translate. Long of the 2 birds pursued my blood, yet one is no crow, yet it is darker. Long has the wolf rolled itself in gold like a clovered cow, until its slobberings stain our thoughts. I am intrigued when it talks about 2 birds, then refers to a wolf. So this is definitely a hard one to unpack. So, I think I will actually quote this section here just because I will be able to refer to this on my own time. Um, Okay, so that I pretty much just quoted the book back to myself, but that's because one part of it I can't actually read through. Now, Black Nephrite is a dream journal, so one of Valentine de Wolf's dream journals in which he records his visions of a place that is no place beneath the house that is no house. So this is nowhere. The dark, inchoate, feral space described by Valentine seems to be the nowhere of the... Oh, it says... seems to be the nowhere of the invisible arts, the infra-oniric layer of the alien hours, sometimes called the gods from nowhere. I've never actually been able to work out specifically the term oniric, but it definitely does seem to... it's a thing that the Suppression Bureau is worried about. So it's nice to at least be able to make the connection between that and nowhere. Valentine's attitude to the nowhere hours is unexpectedly relaxed. He speaks darkly of their appetites, but insists that they are too alien to penetrate the house of the sun, let alone the waking world. He even seems to suggest that the Mansus hours have exaggerated the threat that of the nowhere hours for their own reasons. Not all birds are trustworthy in their feathers, he warns. Okay. Kite, my goodness, my good man, how are you doing today? So many books. I will actually take a small break from what I've been doing here, but it is great to see you. Who did you bring along? Hello, everybody from Kite. I actually feel kind of bad that I didn't get a chance to stop by and say hello, but I was a bit late in starting myself. So, folks, for those of you who don't know, first of all, I know that Kite has his choice of many very talented streamers who are also very good friends of his. So I just want to take a quick second and say a very special thank you for Kite choosing me. Kite is a... Oh my goodness, Momoko, I am sorry for scaring you, but I am delighted to see you, and I'm assuming that you, Hana, is somewhere around as well. It's very good to see both of you. I think you've seen me play this game before, but I have gotten quite a bit further since the last time you were here. But I'm going to say some nice words about Kite first, because it is always a great pleasure to have. Well, hello, you, Hana, as well. So, yeah, I am absolutely delighted to have Kite and have a chance to shout him out to all of you. I don't know what you were playing today, by the way, Kite, but Kite is somebody who I've known basically since I started on Twitch, and he has been somebody who has been remarkably supportive of a lot of broadcasters that I've known over the time. But he is somebody who has a very positive attitude. He is very fit, so every time I get wiped out by Apple Fitness Plus, he's the first one to hear about it. Usually when I just slump myself over to the to the desktop and can actually bang away at the bang away at the keyboard. But no, honestly, sometimes Kite will have some breaks from streaming. And usually the reason for those breaks from streaming are because he's helping other people. But in terms of just his own qualities for a broadcast, he's somebody who has a number of different talents. He sometimes does some music. He sometimes just chats with people. He will share some fight scenes that he enjoys from movies. I decided to make my own unorthodox contribution and share the not my tempo scene from Whiplash, and he quite enjoyed that. So I need to just find a way that I can lock him into a Discord movie night and force him to watch Whiplash. It is a very good movie. The scene is representative of the qualities of that particular film. But I will also just say that Kite doesn't do a whole lot of co-casts, but I've actually had the pleasure of seeing him co-cast with some broadcasters, and he really does bring out the best in people. So in addition to the fact that he's just a really friendly guy, which he's got a nice kind of a nice atmosphere to hang out in, which I know a lot of you are looking for. He's actually somebody who's got one of those rare talents to make like the people that he is broadcasting with better broadcasters. So I guess what this really means is we need to find some way of doing co-op Book of Hours so that everybody can understand. Although one way I can turn this into co-op Book of Hours would be, I have been reading a lot of the texts in this game, and I know that this game is about little fragments of a secret world which is not easy to understand. So I will rely on Kite's viewers to ask me interesting questions about the game, or just, what does this word mean, or what the heck is this talking about? But again, I can't recommend Kite enough. He's somebody who I definitely feel is a real treat on Twitch. And also, honestly, just has a really good taste in games. So I'm probably going to wind up buying Super Mario Bros. Wonder at some point, because he is making that game look like a true gem. But I mean, I've seen him do some Rocket League. I actually haven't seen him do Rocket League recently, but I've seen him do a bit of everything. I do happen to know that well, I know he likes Devil May Cry style games, and I've actually been sitting for quite some time on a special series of broadcasts which I want to do specifically because I think it is something he will like. But the drawback is that I'm still trying to come up with a way to do it, which is, hey, here is a nice thing for you without it sounding like a homework assignment. But in any case, I think there's going to be something unexpected that you all see. That it will almost primarily be because I think Kite will be into it, and I just need to find a clever way to do it, so that again, so he doesn't feel like he's being given homework. Oh yeah, Kite. You got a bit of bad news. This is quite some time ago, and I was actually originally planning on doing it for that, but like I said, like the thing is that doing a broadcast for someone as a consolation is a little bit of a weird idea, for the simple reason that like if you know someone's doing something for you, you sort of feel like you have to be there, and that's totally not the plan. The plan is to just do a nice thing, and if someone gets a chance to check it out, they'll do it. So I'm trying to work out that little bit of awkwardness, but what I might do is I might just do the thing, and then after the fact, yeah, it's kind of like, if you like if somebody just gives you a crummy gift, like you don't want to be ungracious about it. You don't want to be like, oh, thanks, and like throw it away in front of them. Like that would be really mean. But on the other hand, right, like if someone then, having given you a crummy gift, is asking you every week, like let's say they just give you bright orange pants. Now, I mean, I don't have any fashion sense, so maybe someone can style out some like fancy orange, fluorescent orange pants or something like that. But like if that person then turned around and was like, "Why aren't you wearing the fluorescent orange pants I gave you?" It's like, because they're hideous. So yeah, like that's where it is. Anyway, sorry. What I really want to communicate is you all should definitely check out Kite. He's a very, very nice guy. So I wanted to take a quick minute because some of you, Momo and you, can handle bright orange. All right. Well, fluorescent. Okay. So anybody who has fluorescent orange pants, we've got our regift individuals. I should caution you, morning, Johanna. I should caution both of you that I am 6'2", so the pants might be a little big for you, but you know what? That's fine. It's better to have longer pants than shorter ones because you can always cut off the bottoms. And perhaps maybe you are that tall yourselves. So anyways, I'm going to move the book off to the side here. We're doing something a little bit different in Book of Hours than the last time. And this is fun for me because way back when we washed up on St. Brendan's Cove and we needed to find our way to our friend Reverend Timothy, and we had a whole bunch of the house to unlock. But you will notice that we have everything in Hush House. Really? You know, it's the advantage. There's a great line in Fight Club. So it's like any historical figure, who would you fight? One's like, I'd fight Gandhi, and then the other one's like, I'd fight Lincoln. It's like, you know, tall guy, long reach, skinny guys fight till they're burger. And I'm like, that's probably true because I might be 6'2", but I am very, very skinny. But anyway, also there's just something very fun about the idea of fighting Lincoln. But anyways, we have unlocked all of Hush House now, and it's really, really interesting. In fact, one of the things from my weekend reading, I won't spend all the time talking about it, but there are the different phases of the house. So there's the baronial period, and what I've done here is I've made this the room of the baronial period books. And then after the baronial period, there was the Curia period. So you'll notice that there's this blue outline over a few of these rooms. And so the Curia period books, I think they start here, and they're these books over here. Not to you, that man took on vampires and werewolves. It was a movie, you had to be there. It was a documentary, Kite. So yeah, and then we've got the nocturnal period books, written over here. So this is the time when part of the house was converted into a prison. And then on top of that, I've got some books from the Solar Gothic period. Actually, sorry, it's this collection over here. So these would be all of these rooms. I note particularly I really like this area. And then there is the Dawn period. So the caves down below, and sort of all of this stuff we hadn't seen before. We found a very, very exciting book when we checked out the Rowanarium. Also, I noticed that the Shrine to Saint Trento, I can't click on it without closing out the... Actually, you know what? I bet I can. So this is a sound that every time I click on it, chat is always, "Oh, this is so wonderful. I really wish that you would... I really wish that you'd keep doing that." Saint Tancredo of the Deep Door, who is 4 times winged for the Schimifectra kind, the Gladerflog kind, and the Threetage kind for the kind within. And for those of you who loved that sound, you get to hear it a second time when you close the window. This is a representation of something called the Carapace Cross, and you'll notice in the background there's often a lot of images like that. We do have a cat, I think. And then I happen to like the crustaceans over here. And I have a secret belief that this is actually one of the prisoners from the Kukurbit, but we're gonna have to wait till we get to the that particular book to explain why. I also happen to like this little octopus down here. Reminds you of a fairy or a Mothman. Yeah, I gotta do all the Carapace Cross stuff. But like as you go through, right, all of these shrines look very interesting. So this is the altar to the Malachite, the Horned Axe. This is the Grail one, the Callicite altar. So the three, and what I like about this, so this is the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. You can get the idea of, the triple knot, the three primary gods, the three entities, and you can contrast that with the nave of the Abbey Church, which has the 4 solar hours, right? The Watchman, the Menascate, the Sun and Rags, and the Madrigad. They are there. So the difficulty that I'm going to run into, one of the reasons why I like taking the time of describing one of the ways I like I'm taking the time to describe the building is that in this game the gods are called. So first of all, there is actually there's a bit of writing which we read 2 streams ago, I think, which says, that the hours are not all-knowing. It's maybe we shouldn't even call them gods. But for the most part, they are referred to as gods in this setting. And there are 30 of them, although I believe 6 have died, which of course would also explain why there are 24 hours in the day. But yeah, the godlike entities in this world are called hours, and some of them will be the Moth, some of them will be the Watchman, some of them will be the Grail, the Horned Axe. There's a number of them, and you get to see a few in here. So I'll try and point out some of the hours. So these go by a few different names, and there are a few different figures. So the hours are sort of the godlike entities, and then the next level down in terms of sort of how powerful they are would be called. And again, I'm trying to explain this in somewhat straightforward terms, but there's details that I'm leaving out, let's say. But the next level down are called names. So hours, capital H hours, are different from hours as in the hour of like a passage of time. Names would be sort of the step below, and there used to be an hour called the sun, and the sun was divided because he loved the Forge of Days and was divided by the Forge of Days, and the names of the sun and splendor are now the solar hours. So the Watchman, the Menascate, the Sun and Rags, and the Madrigad. So in this case, these are names that became hours. Below names, you have long, and in the game that came before this was called, and this is, by the way, why whenever I refer to long, well, we have, I'm sure I can find a reference to it in here. So we've got, so Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic or The House of Glass, Julian Cosley considered this his masterwork. So let's find portrait. Julian Cosley. Julian is known to be a winter-long. At a prescribed date, his hour patron will ensure him a beautiful ending, but until then, he is even harder than most long to dispose of finally. That said, he is known to have been defeated by an ascendant long in the 1920s, and his true current status, a diminished survivor, a determined memory, something else, is a subject of esoteric debate. So not only do you get to meet Julian Cosley in the game before called Cultist Simulator, but there are actually a few references to Julian Cosley in the game. And because we refer to these entities as long, I am always fond of saying Julian Cosley and then introducing his theme music. Oops. Saying Julian Cosley and then introducing his theme music. I believe it is possible to mod this game, so I may actually, I may actually make it so that, or maybe I'll just do it for myself. So, Julian Cosley, long man. But yeah, so that's kind of the hierarchy. So in Cultist Simulator, you can become along through this this complicated and esoteric set of practices. That is kind of one of the goals of the game, and it's moving, basically kind of moving up this ladder of power. But when it comes to the hours, they're referred to by a number of different names, lowercase n. But the ones that I can sort of point out right now in terms of representations in the house, we have got the Witch and Sister. The Witch and Sister unites what is at rest. She is sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon. She cannot be separated. She cannot be touched. She is coral, amber, pearled. And this is, yeah, that might work. Again, the difficulty in terms of working it out, because like when the game is really clear and it says, you know, it would be inappropriate to call the hours gods. As soon as you do that, and you know, any other comparison that you make in terms of ideas like demigods, in a sense, it's almost kind of like doing photocopies of photocopies. Like you really do start losing some resolution because you're already sort of founding it on this kind of weird way of looking. On the other hand, I do also appreciate that I need to actually explain the game in some kind of a coherent way. So yeah, I don't think it would be completely wrong to put it like that, Woven, especially like the Lantern Long, essentially, so far as I can tell, lose any physical presence. So, but yeah, so we've got the Witch and Sister. The Witch and Sister unites what is at rest. She can be sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon. She cannot be separated. She cannot be touched. She is coral, amber, pearl. And that is as opposed to the Sister and Witch. The Sister and Witch brings together what cannot be apart. She is sought beneath the moon and at the water's edge. She is pearl, amber, coral. She cannot be touched. She cannot be separated. You'll notice that there's kind of the stitching in the threads as opposed to this image. So these are generally heart-oriented hours. So here we've got the Thunderskin. He cannot be stilled. He demands the dance. He is beaten like a drum. He is heard in the wood below the world. And here you've got a bunch of people dancing around a heart, and you can just notice here there's a couple of mallets that are beating some notes on the heart. And then we have the Velvet. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. The moth, incidentally, is another hour. I believe it is the first hour of the like it's hour 1 or 0 or wherever the counting starts. The glory is a question. The moth always answers yes. The velvet's answer is no, and that is always her answer. Incidentally, we also have the velvet tucked away. Where's the nocturnary? There we go. The velvet, an hour of secrecy, ignorance, privacy, shame. The velvet has never encouraged insight, investigation, or worship. Even an image of her is unusual. So we've got 5 hours that we've seen now. I just want to make sure I'm not missing out. So then other ones that we've got the Watchman. Stained glass window, the Watchman, the way is lit for the willing and for the unwilling. The Menascate, what is within without, what is without within. The Sun in rags, when it ends, it will be a beautiful ending. The Madrigad, that which is not needed, that shall be quenched. We also have a symbol for the Sol Invictus, the eternal symbol of the unconquered sun all the way back to the Shadowless Empire, even through the wild heresies of the Intercalate. Down below, this is where we have these religious figures, which it was Momo talking about. we've got the aspect of the Malachite, Melissa, Queen, and Pallas. One of the kinder aspects of the Malachite, Melissa, is both Queen and Pallas, who feeds all comers, whose body is the house in which her children dwell. Melissa was not always a name of the Malachite. She may have been a name of another hour. She may even have been among the Carapace Cross before she chose history over eternity. Remembering we talked a little bit about the Carapace Cross down here. So this is a reference to a name, not an hour. Aspect of the axe, Zenodis half-faced. One of the more enigmatic aspects of the horned axe, Zenodis half-faced, who welcomes or slays strangers at the thresholds. Zenodis is sister sometimes to owl and cat, sometimes to bull and butterfly, sometimes to dove and serpent. This hybrid nature suggests a link with the pre-human Carapace Cross, but that's not so surprising in a name of the axe. And then we have aspect of the Grail, Lagia, the Queen Unsated. One of the crueler aspects of the Red Grail, Lagia, the Queen Unsated, the devouring mother, sister lover of Antaios. One tradition has it that Lagia took animal form so that she could satisfy her craving to devour her own children and go unpunished. Another, that the animal form was the punishment for her incest. The Grail has often been tolerant of contradictions. Perhaps her part in the intercalate really was, after all, a long and subtle move to undermine eternity, or perhaps she's just not to be trusted. So, again, these are not the actual hours. I think the representations of the hours would probably be found here. So we've got the Chapel Callicite. The Red Grail says, "Never speak of this mystery. I was always the first, and I must always be greatest. When we spilt the blood of the Thunderskin, I feasted and I grew strong, stronger again than the twins. There is always a feast, and nothing is truly wasted." So remember, we talked about the Thunderskin and we talked about the twins before. We've got the Chapel Assite. The Horned Axe says, "Never speak of this mystery. When the Thunderskin was mortal, he served the hours who slew my kind. I required the Thunderskin's death, and so the Grail gave him up. There's always a reckoning. Nothing is truly forgiven." And the Chapel Malachite, the Ringu says, "Never speak of this mystery. When the Thunderskin was mortal, he loved me first, so the Grail destroyed him. Now the Thunderskin delights forever in my succulence. There is always a renewal. Nothing truly ends." So, this is absolute nonsense the first time that you read any of this, but that is what makes this game so interesting, because we started off, again, we washed up on a beach, and we had to find our way to the house, and we had to unlock every one of these rooms, and as we have been going through these rooms, we get to learn a little bit more about the house as we go through. So the Watchman's Tower, the Gatehouse. Back in the 11th century, Brian of Brittany built the tower and its gate to protect St. Brendan's Abbey, as Hush House was then known. Later, the Barons de Wolf strengthened the gate against their many enemies, but it's a long time now since Hush House was any kind of fortress, and by the time the scholars of the Curia took possession, this place had long been a comfortable waiting room for visitors of the house too minor to merit immediate attention. So this is the first room of the house proper, and you can actually get an idea of the period. So, the baronial period. In the 16th century, the de Wolf family became the Barons Brandkrug, governing the Isle as their personal estate until 1759, when their line ended in madness and death. Now, one question you might say, well, what about what happened after the de Wolfs? Well, you can get a hint by seeing the next era, the Curia period. In the 18th century, a secretive cabal of scholars established the Curia of the Isle to manage Hush House, making it a haven of knowledge until 1896, when a disgraced librarian brought the house to penury. Thyrza Blake, a giver of no damns whatsoever. She's the one who... In fact, if you want to know why the house wound up in that state, it says so right here. The Flood Gallery. Thyrza Blake, 7th librarian of the house, extended the space, decorating it with semi-precious materials and filling it with the finest art Hush House's money could buy. Of course, after her enthusiasms brought the house to the brink of penury, much of it had to be sold off. So then you can say, well, what happened after, they went bankrupt, basically? Well, then we can see Nocturnal. The Nocturnal period. By the beginning of the 20th century, an unwise librarian's enthusiasm had brought Hush House to penury. Nocturnal Branch, later the Suppression Bureau, stepped in to offer an arrangement. Hush House received funding but submitted to yearly inspections, and also surrendered a portion of the Isle for the branch's prison. So this is why this looks like a bunch of prison cells, because that's exactly what they are. Gets a little grim in some of these places. And you can actually see, I do like the description here. Brandkrug Jail, built in 1896 at the behest of Nocturnal Branch to contain troubles unseemly and occult. A mere 6 years later, after the Ortuccio incident, the branch itself came to be considered unseemly and occult, and its functions were absorbed into the Suppression Bureau, but the jail still stands. Over the gate is the Bureau's motto, Alice si licit, tibi non licit, commonly rendered as, it is permitted to us, it is not permitted to you. So you get this story about the house, but there is another important question, which was, well, if the barons got this house from somewhere, if this already stood before, what happened before the barons? So one thing you can see here would be I think it's probably, servants' hall. So Hendrik de Wolf, the first Baron Brandkrug, this guy right here, was granted Hush House after the dissolution of St. Brendan's by old Coppernosed King Henry VIII. In an act of unusual generosity for that tight-fisted king, the grant came with the title of Baron and the right sicut regale, like a king, the quasi-independence traditionally accorded to marcher lords. Hendrik was clearly determined to live as befitted his new rank, and he expanded the house accordingly to support sufficient staff. So this is actually a real event that happened in England's history. There is the dissolution of the monasteries. And so if we take a look in this higher area here, we can see the Solar Gothic period. So from the 11th to the early 16th century, the sisters and brothers of St. Brendan's dwelt on the Isle. It was a holy place, a wealthy place, and a center of learning, though a surprisingly obscure one. Then, in 1534, the Bronze King Henry dissolved the foundation, exiled the brethren, and gave the Isle to the family de Wolf. So this was a monastery before. But what about before the 11th century? Well, for that, we go down to the Dawn period and all of these caves. So, the Dawn period. 599 AD is the traditional date of the first foundation here, sometimes called the Abbey of the Black Dove, sometimes the Abbey of the White Crow, but the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot built their first temples here much earlier than that. And one of the reasons why I wanted to take the time to talk about this history before going back to the books is that this weekend I was reading one of my old English textbooks from university. And I'm starting at the very beginning, so it's called the Norton Anthology of English Literature, Volume A. And this is the one that's dealing with the Middle Ages. And in it, I'm reading, sometimes for the first time, some of the earliest works of Old English. So these would be things like Beowulf, and these would be The Dream of the Rood is one that I read before and I really enjoyed. But this is a type of English that is so old that oftentimes I need to read it in translation. So if you think Shakespeare is difficult, this is even more old-fashioned than Shakespeare. But what I began to appreciate as I was reading this, first of all, it is a recognition of the fact that I'm somebody in Canada, which is a very young country, and it's sometimes, like, I sometimes forget how easy it is for me to overlook just how long the history goes in terms of some of English literature and some of the ideas. Again, if you read English literature, you'll have some cases of like people walking by Roman ruins and remarking on them. And of course, in Canada, I don't have Roman ruins because the Romans didn't conquer, Canada, North America. But what did also strike me too was how, as I was reading some of the literature, it really read kind of like some of the things that I find in this Solar Gothic period. And it made me appreciate that probably at least a little bit of this game is, because it's about a big library and all of these books, it might just be simply a celebration of literature. And the fact that I'm sort of going back to read some of these and to be able to make those connections. Again, it may not be the intention, but it's something that I've been thinking about for a while. But some of the joy of this game is really just reading the little bits and pieces and figuring them out. So I've organized the whole library in sections. So we were talking about the baronial period. This is the room that has all of the books about the barons. And I'm just reading through all of them now. And as I'm reading through them, I open up a Word document that I have, and I'm adding some notes. And I've organized the whole library this way. It is my own sort of system, but it's one that's working for me. So, let me see. Yeah, nowhere is referred to the infraoneric layer. So Valentine's added. Well, let's read this top to bottom so everybody can know where we're at. So, one of Valentine de Wolf's dream journals, in which he records his visions of a place that is no place beneath the house that is no house. The dark, inchoate, feral space described by Valentine seems to be the nowhere of the invisible arts, the infraoneric layer of the alien hours, sometimes called the gods from nowhere. So we didn't point any of those out, but there are some very sinister gods called the gods from nowhere that are in this place as well, or sinister hours called the gods from nowhere. Valentine's attitude to the nowhere hours is unexpectedly relaxed. He speaks darkly of their appetites, but he insists that they are too alien to penetrate the house of the sun, let alone the waking world. He even seems to suggest that the Mansus hours have exaggerated the threat of the nowhere hours for their own reasons. Not all birds are trustworthy in their feathers, he warns. So I did want to make a note on that. Okay, so let's move on. And again, I don't mind answering questions if anybody has them, but if you just want to hear me read some lore, I'm happy to do that. The Republic of Teeth, an eccentric political tract by Valentine de Wolf. Valentine suggests that, by the way, it's worth mentioning that Valentine de Wolf was mad, so it might even have... And I don't mean angry, I mean bonkers. Valentine de Wolf, the 6th Baron Brandkrug, known for his eccentricities. In the sky he sought his friends, an inscription reads. He also has a little bird beside him, which... I do like this guy's facial expression, but my favorite is still the living relic. He's got a pretty good expression on his face, too, actually. All right, The Republic of Teeth, an eccentric political tract by Valentine de Wolf. Valentine suggests that rulers should be elected to govern by serpents, not their subjects. For the serpent, being cold-blooded in its nature, is incorruptible. Valentine's initial proposal is that a college of electors should subject themselves to the bites of venomous serpents, which he degrades and details, preferring the least dangerous, and should allow the resulting deliria to guide them in their choice of the people's representatives. He becomes concerned, however, by the practicalities of ensuring equal quantities of venom in each case, and gets halfway into a proposal for using birds instead in the selection process before giving up mid-sentence. Okay, this is going to be an easy one to write an entry for. The only thing that I will note, and this is, again, one of these ones where every once in a while there'll be ideas sort of rattling around in my head about possible interpretations. But again, this is where you get the good stuff from, right? It's a little bit like trying to do something creative. If you start silencing your if you start silencing your ideas immediately by saying, well, that's ridiculous, then you don't get anywhere. Whereas if you allow yourself to be wrong, if you allow yourself to just sort of mess around a bit and see if you can, like, basically it allows you to potentially generate some interesting ideas. And then there always has to be that process of pruning, but you don't want to do that too quickly. Otherwise you do miss out on the good stuff. So one observation I would make is when we take a look at the statues, we've got Ava, and it's not just Ava, the crystal called scolecite, the wormstone polished to a chill smoothness. So 7th Baroness Brandkrug, a niche with a plaque, not to be crossed, not to be found. So she's got a serpent sort of around her, whereas here we've got Valentine with the bird. And so I suppose, now again, the ordering is a bit odd with, actually it did occur to me that I've got the gull and the serpent. This was not intentional, but this actually does work rather well. So got a nice face on the snake. But there might actually be something out of this idea when he is moving from the idea of snakes to birds. This might actually be a reference in terms of something about the difference between sort of Ava or himself. Like it could have something to do with the succession, let's say. Again, I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole. As more of an observation than anything. But it is kind of worth it. To me, it's one of these things where I'm like, okay, I'm not entirely sure how to deliver on this right now, but if I were to find additional evidence for it, this would be something I would want to follow up on. It also occurred to me that I had a pitcher of water that I put down somewhere, and I cannot for the life of me remember where I put it. Anyways, that is not a major consideration right now. I can always drop more if I need. In fact, maybe I just reduced it down to a glass for convenience. Anyways, so yeah, like I said, it's a weird connection. There's more. I'm sure there's more to unpack, but it was something that I wanted to pay attention to. When you talk about the serpents, the connection I would make would be with Ava, just because whenever we hear about Valentine, we usually hear about birds. So we've got, that's not the one, we've got this spot here. In 1721, Valentine fell or leapt from the tower top. There were no witnesses, and his body was not found for 3 days. His daughter Ava was the last to see him alive, and of their last conversation, she would say only that he had begun to fear the sun. So Valentine's memorial. Valentine died 2 centuries ago. This stone is much newer, more like 2 decades old. We have the Gullscry Tower, the Eels Room. Eels de Wolf inherited his father Valentine's madness and was found unfit to inherit, so his sister Ava held the isle in his stead. When his fits of violence became uncontrollable, he was confined here in the tower, where his sister would visit him 3 times a week until his escape, sometime in the late 1720s. Ailes's ultimate fate remains unknown. Gullscry Tower, Valentine's room. In his youth, Baron Valentine inclined to religion, and he made pilgrimages to holy sites on the continent. After he made his final pilgrimage to Fermier Abbey, incidentally, Fermier Abbey is a location and cultist simulator, the dreams began of blood seeping from the earth, of a vast pulsing wheel crushing the temples of men, and, which troubled him most, of twisted birds shrieking in pain, growing like fruit in the branches of an ancient yew. Yeah, no, we actually read earlier the fate of Ava de Wolf, so there are 2 accounts. Either Ava de Wolf drowned herself and her granddaughters, or Ava de Wolf escaped to a location called Port Noon with a figure named Franklin Bancroft. And Franklin, basically, one thing we know about Port Noon from Cultist Simulator is that there is a fountain where you can drink to become forgotten. And the author of the account that says that, I think it was the one that said she still lives, gave at least some evidence of things that are commonly known among people but are false, and at least one of the 3 examples that they give we know is true. So he says, everybody knows that there's only one history, but in this setting there are in fact 5 histories. This is an ink for each of those special histories. Now there was something about Red William. Oh, here we go. So, at the time of the Prayer Book Rebellion in 1549, Hendrik used this room as a prison cell for unfortunate locals, including the cunning man and rebel ringleader Red William, who had boasted of the curse he placed on Hendrik's heirs. There will be no 7th of his line. There is a story told in Brankrug village that Hendrik came to speak with the imprisoned William in person. There will be no 2nd of your line, he told him, and had him gelded there in this very cell and cast into darkness of the caves below the house. There is another story that Eva de Wolf once answered an importunate suitor by bringing him here to this room and pointing out a stain upon the stones. No problem, Momo and you. You're going shopping, maybe you'll find orange pants. Well, don't get them on our behalf, but if they motivate you, I have fun. I hope you will both have a great outing, and thank you so much for hanging out after Kite. I know this is a very strange game, and I spent a lot of time talking, but it is always a pleasure to have you two in here. So I hope you both do well, and I'll probably see you in Kite's channel next. All right. Let's carry on. So I don't have that many more elements of the soul, but we can read the Beekeeper's Ends. Just a reminder here that this is in the De Wolf section of the house because in 1652, Musgrave de Wolf caught a traveling peddler stealing vegetables from this garden. An eccentric wanderer who went by Ricardo Milagro. Musgrave's ancestors would simply have hung the fellow, but Musgrave decreed 7 years' service in the garden instead. When the 7 years were up, Milagro had proved his worth as a gardener and chose to make Brankrug his home. The grapevines here were planted with rootstock and carried in his pack. So we will now read The Beekeeper's Ends, which is the work by Ricardo Milagro. And if you will permit me, I'm going to go a little bit longer than the 3 hours, but I do really need something to drink. So I'm going to do a very quick break to just refill my tea. I'm also going to get a glass of water. So if you would like to get a stretch or otherwise take care of yourself, I think that would be a very good idea. So I'll see you all in a little bit. I'll try not to keep it too long, but I will run ads just for the benefit of anybody who doesn't want to get hit by the pre-roll. So I'll see you all in just a sec. Okay, I'm sorry to extend this break, but I have a fairly large 8-legged visitor, which is just outside my field of vision, but quite distracting. So I'm just going to go put them in a slightly better place. Back in another minute. All right, thank you everybody for your patience. I'm not normally that bothered by them, but that's actually one that has been in an inconvenient to get spot for a while, and I really don't like killing spiders. So I try not to be the type that just kills things because I find them inconvenient. So this was a chance. They were in the middle of moving, so I was like, aha! I'm going to give you a slightly more permanent relocation. Okay, so we're reading The Beekeeper's Ends. I am restoring an element of the soul. And I didn't want the entire stream to just be reading the baronial section of the library, so we will pick up a few more places. Of course, the other thing that I wanted to do was to try out some of these different recipes. But again, it depends on what I have access to at any given time. Mind you, there are a couple of things I will try with my elements of the soul tomorrow. Okay, The Beekeeper's Ends, dialogues with bees and uses for honey, as erratically recorded by Ricardo Milagro, gardener of Hush House in Musgrave's time. Milagro spends an entire chapter on his hatred of wasps, which he describes as the vile pretenders. Milagro claims that bees retain many traditions passed down from the earlier and greater branches of their species, but that they are fiercely jealous of these traditions being passed on to lesser insects, and insist above all on an oath of secrecy. Tragically, therefore, he is unable to describe these more substantial and powerful traditions. So, this might seem like a kind of a nothing entry, but there's a few... what I want to try and do here, especially because I haven't... Like, the thing that's nice about Book of Hours, it's been out for a while, but because most of the time that I've been playing this has been on stream, and obviously there's a number of different things that I need to keep track on, it's still a chance for me to sort of be confronted with some information and just to give you some ideas in terms of, based on having read this stuff before, based on what we've seen inside the house, what are a few of the things that I would pay attention to? So we've got the beekeeper's ends. And again, for those of you that really like going into lore, there is a feature. If you just click on anything in the game, it'll copy it to the clipboard and you can paste it down. I don't want to just transcribe everything in the game. I want to try and summarize where I can. So, Ricardo Milagro. So the first thing that I would note here is So when he says, okay, refers to the wasps as the vile pretenders, like, well, what could possibly matter there, right? And what's relevant is when you take a look at the second part. So Milagro claims that bees retain many traditions passed down from earlier and greater branches of their species, but that they are fiercely jealous of these traditions being passed to lesser insects, and insist above all on an oath of secrecy. Tragically, therefore, he is unable to describe these more substantial and powerful traditions. So why is this relevant? What we do here, I'll also restore the astrolabe because we're all done here. If we go back and we start looking, so there's a number of times where we see references to the Carapace Cross. So for instance, there's one here, Pentiments and Precursors, Feats and Fights of Forgotten Things, the Carapace Cross, the Line of Antaios, the World of a Low Red Sun. Though much is taken, much abides. I'm trying to remember if there are any other direct carapace references in the names. I don't think insects and nectars. Well, the hive, the nest, and the chrysalids are the three secret principles of the lesser world. Two of those three know the temptations of sweetness. Probably not enough to draw a whole lot. Yeah, I'm not going to spend too much time. I feel like I'm probably missing a couple that would be carapace references. And then right now we've just got bees, like librarians, are not to be trifled with. Nothing really referred to in here. So I suppose most of the references to the Carapace Cross we tend to find in the references to, like, there are other references in the books and that. It is worth noting, right? We've got the description in the niche. A niche with a plaque who died not but passed within, and there is a reference that says that this has relevance to the Carapace Cross, but it's also worth noting that Fraser's bust is shaped with beeswax, and there are some suggestions in terms of carapace connections there. or Carapace Cross connections there. But then the big one, of course, would be when we look at, I think probably our best example. There was the reference to the Carapace Cross prisoner in the Cucurbit prisoner records, which we'll get to. But when we go back down to the Shrine to Saint Tentretto, the Carapace Cross, the hybrid race who in their many kinds were winged, legged, eyed, bright, dark, scaled, feathered, chitinous, and us. The cross are gone, the cross were always history, but their children, their enemy, but to their children, their enemies, they leave this hushed legacy. And again, some of these don't look like insects at all. Some of them, look a little bit more crab-like. But again, this is where I think the reference here is that there are the bee, and then there's the bee connection with the God, I gotta remember the Newman that it's in. I believe it was The Sky and the Scar. Yeah, so this is Inescapable Confinement. I can't remember, but it wasn't the restoration of the... this is the Merciless Alteration. This is the Loophole. The Sun's Division or something like that. Oh, God. The one with the swan. Bells of Ys. The Weaving. And then the Sun and Splendor's Plan. So by process of elimination, the Sky and the Scar is the one that gives me what I need. Anyways, back to the Sweet Bones. I'm not going to read the Ernestine Peterhands book. I think we're going to earn a bit of money for the rest of the Sweet Bones today. And the main reason why I did that is I know I'm not going to be able to get a second book, and we do actually have two. So Three Flowers Hath the Tree, Ernestine Peterhands, and The Shadow in the Stair, Ernestine Peterhands. So, who is Ernestine Peterhands? When Hendrik de Wolf left behind the life of a mercenary, he appointed his quartermaster as head of his new household. This would have drawn little comment, except that his quartermaster was a woman, the soft-spoken, steely-willed Ernestine Peterhands. For more than 5 decades, these rooms were her unchallenged domain. Even in her 80th year, she still walked her rounds every day, and the servants would fall silent at the distant jingle of her keys. The servants' quarters, north. This was once the private chamber of the formidable Ernestine Peterhands. Seneschal Brankrug, Baron Hendrik, and afterwards his son Thomas would both descend the back stairs to visit her in person. For counsel, most said. For prayers, others insisted. Only the very foolish ever suggested there was any improper motive for their visits. And then I don't think there's reference. Yeah, just a reference to the back stairs. The secret artery of the house, all those abbots and barons and all their crowds of retainers needed their chamber pots emptying and their boots cleaning. There are stairs. These are the stairs that the boots and the chamber pots went up and down. They were notoriously cramped and treacherous. It was a rare year that some poor scullion didn't crack an ankle. It was the Suppression Bureau, at long last, who remodeled the stairs and put in electric lights. And people say the Suppression Bureau never did the hush house any good. An afternoon spent profitably, reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Now, I'm going to single out Kite here, but anybody who wants to respond can. We've got Elements of the Soul, and I can't remember if I got your determination on this, because I feel we've talked about the Elements of the Soul before. I have all 9 now, though, so there will be a bit more that we can talk about. My main purpose in bringing this up is I want to learn a little bit more about all of you, but specifically Kite. So the way that character building works in this is you have elements of the soul. The human soul is composed of 9 elements, and this is one. Most other things have simpler souls. Each soul card can be used once a day for the kinds of things that you do with your soul. That usually means talking to people or crafting. And here are the descriptions of the 9 parts of the soul. And I'll give you health. We'll say you get health for free. Everybody's got health. The dwelling place of the soul, the 9th of the 9 parts of the soul, the only one that can be touched. So, if you had to pick 2, which of the following would be the 2 that you would have to pick? So Faust, sight, perception, inspiration, all the glory's gifts. Whist, name, memory, that part which remains. Most librarians know that books have souls. Most librarians hope for books with simple souls of whist and nothing else. Core, exuberance, instinct, rhythm. Arab, pride, compassion, hatred, and fear. Fet, that part of us which walks in dreams. Shapt, eloquence and understanding, the door opens both ways. And finally, Trist, the change and the longing. I'm happy to repeat any of those, and again, anyone can answer, but of these, Core and Whist. Oh, interesting. Name memory, the part which remains, most librarians know. So actually, I don't, this is the fun one for me, Kite. These two actually wind up aligning you rather well with Mr. and Mrs. Kill. Coffins and cradles, midwife and handywoman. Mrs. Kill, the midwife, is tall and gloomy. Mr. Kill, the undertaker, is slight and wry. For 10 years, she has drawn villagers into the world, and he has shaped cradles for their departure. But she can also whittle, and he can also paint. So if I use Core, I get to speak with Mrs. Kill. And if I use Whist, I get to talk with Mr. Kill. So I am Faust and Shapt. I'm pretty sure the Shapt doesn't require much elaboration. But both of these are aligned with Reverend Timothy. So the funny thing for this, for some reason, Kite, is I actually often associate you with Denzel the blacksmith. Denzel Smith, strong as an oak, blackened by smoke. He will never surpass his father, and he's no longer a soldier, but he still has his craft. And I think the big reason for this is that Denzel is very famously terse, let's say. When you talk with Reverend Timothy, most of the time when you talk with a character, it takes 30 seconds. Reverend Timothy is very talkative, so he actually takes 45 seconds to talk with. Now, Denzel does not take shorter, so he's just still 30 seconds. But when you talk with Denzel, you get the exact same result, but it the dialogue that it says at the end of the conversation is, he does a lot with silence, this man. So I've always kind of imagined if we ever met in person, I would just kind of not be shutting up, and he'd just kind of be sitting and staring at me. And so I essentially get I think this is why in the back of my mind, I always associated you with Denzel. But now that you mentioned Core and Whist, I will know to associate you with Mr. and Mrs. Kill. All right. Let's move on. I don't think we need to wait for the weather at this point. So we'll read... actually, you know what? Well, let's just clear out the... let's clear out what we can of the baronial era books. Well, this is a fun one just because everybody kind of comes from... everybody goes in with the same... Like, this is a completely invented world, and it has references to historical events. So, it will talk about Alexander the Great, and, you know, we talked about how there was a real dissolution of the monasteries, and obviously, you know, Henry VIII was a real king. But... like the idea of the restoration of the 1930s, or, you know, the existence of the Carapace Cross and things like that. Like that is, that is just part of this strange and wonderful world that Weather Factory have created for this game. And to me, that's kind of the exciting stuff, because in the end, when we all have, like, basically when we all play this game and we explore through Hush House, particularly because there are so many different endings to this game, what can happen is you get your own perspectives, and of course it's the collision of all those different perspectives that can sometimes be the most interesting. They can be the things that will form interesting conversations. And the other thing too is, I know, like, whether or not you wind up trying out this game, the big thing to take away from this is not so much that there is some like big meaning or big mystery. Like there's not the one version of the game that, you know, you need to get. Like if you don't crack the code, you failed to play the game. One really interesting perspective of the game is that chances are in a standard playthrough, you're not going to see the same things that other people do, because a lot of the books actually are the result of random draws. And ultimately, the goal of this game is to write a particular history. So we've made it, the title of the stream is Determination. And the reason for this is that we have made certain determinations, which are, these are not the only ones. In fact, a number of these are contradictory. So if I choose to write down one, I am choosing to exclude the others. And if I want to do something different, I'm going to have to undo. So for instance, we came from glory. Our first sparks of self descended from the light above the world, which we call the glory. Without the glory, we would be beasts in darkness, and the gifts of our past illuminate our future, which is eternity. This determination is made with lantern. It provides lantern and moth. Moth, the oldest. The moth beats within the skull, seeks among the trees of the wood, is dappled. The moth who delights in contradiction is the oldest hour that remains. Any that seem older, the moth once was, when once it was. We've got speech, the wound. Language is a scar. It was language that tore open the mansis. Without language, we would have had no wars. Without language, we would still be fire, sky, earth. Given what happens with the extra knock stuff, I might want to change that. But and then we finally have, I think this is the last of the determinations. But the watchman's tree, the first flower. The watchman's tree is the covenant that forbids knowledge to mortals, but it permits the covenant houses of the tree, like Brankrug Isle. The red flower of Calyptra, the fire fueled by truth, was its first defense. Fire consumes knowledge, but fire also gives light. The tree is rooted in paradox. Oh, so let's see, Kite. But I picked them because you typically tend to think about life in terms of martial intelligence. I'm basic, so I don't succumb to analytical paralysis. I try to think quickly, and I tend to move by instincts, core. Also, after the amnesia, I try not to forget things about the people I interact with, like with how I always remember birthdays, whist. Also, I like to commit my martial arts forms and movements to memory. That's really interesting. So this is actually also, this is one thing I really like about these conversations, also because this is an example of the kind of perspective that you can get when you read a game like this. So I was a little surprised on Whists because I know of the amnesia. So there was a side of me that doesn't immediately associate you with Whist by virtue of amnesia, but you raise a really important point, which is that's in the past, and who you are today is shaped by that, but it is actually shaped in a very counterintuitive way to somebody who hasn't thought deeply about this. And that is that in your case, this actually does mean a specific effort to commit things to memory. And this is actually something that you cared enough about to be one of the two aspects. What's fun about this one is, again, because these are parts of the soul, this is essentially a personality test. So of course, all of us have these elements, but it's when you get people to choose that you sort of get to see where the emphasis lies. And so again, when you have someone like me who's maybe not being very thoughtful, or maybe not following the logic all the way to the end, I'll be surprised by something like a Whist. But the other thing too, I didn't exactly want to just go like, when you give me an honest answer, I'm not going to turn around like, you can't pick that because of no, that's not the purpose of the exercise. But when you explain it, it of course makes complete sense, which is exactly why questions like that are worth asking and worth hearing people's responses for. So thank you for that. I liked it. Now the one drawback is I can't remember offhand if you are able to pick Whist and Core in the same run, because you do two sets of selection in the game. So. But I am a little curious. I do kind of want to start up a new game just to see whether or not you can pick Whist and Core, because I want to see what legacy you get if you do. Okay, so I'm working at the Sweet Bones. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Yeah, well, the thing is, it has its origins in the kind of the Egyptian parts of the soul, but I don't believe it was specifically divided along these lines. And as far as I can tell, all of these are made up words. Yeah, so it's more. I would say probably it's more of a tip of the hat to the concept rather than it being specifically an implementation of that old system. By the way, the other example I'll give you of this, so it's not just elements of the soul, but you do also wind up making decisions when you commit, when you wind up committing skills. So let's take Watchman's Paradoxes, just because I think that's an interesting one. So Watchman's Paradoxes, that amber preserves and is preserved by light, that to hatch is not to die, that the sun. There is a place behind the world called the Mansus. Deeds that would be impossible in the world are inevitable there. The watchman, who knows all the ways of the Mansus, also knows how to make these deeds possible in the waking world. So this is just a description of this particular skill, but if you want to commit it to the Tree of Wisdoms, you can pick one of two branches to commit it to, either the Illumination branch or the Nyctodromy branch. Now, this will get you an element of the soul. It would get me Faust if I put it in the Illumination branch, and it will get me Fet if I put it in Nyctodromy. But it also describes two different things. So for Illumination, from light, our dreams are shadows cast by the watchman's light, so we perceive him in our shadow. This is Illumination. From change, we recognize the dream places that the watchman shows us, though we have never seen them before. Perhaps we were something else when we saw them. This paradox is fundamental to Nyctodromy. This one's maybe a little bit less obvious that it's contradictory, but these are obviously describing two different things. I think the transformations and liberations. Oh, this is actually, this wasn't the one I was looking for, but this actually gets kind of interesting. So, from light. If even the sun's division was a plan, then once we complete that plan, we'll bring the second dawn and unite the sun. It won't be easy, but what great work ever is, illumination might show the way. Or, from steel. If the sun has failed, then we must manufacture our own second dawn, with eye, with hand, with the light beneath the heart. It won't be easy, but what great work ever is. Ithistry might shape the way. So these are two very different things, right? This one is saying that we will unite the sun by bringing out the plan. This one here says we're going to bring the dawn and we're going to do it with our own hands. And those are... you get to pick one. So some people just go for the elements of the soul, and that's fine because everybody should be able to play games the way that they want. But to me, being able to make those kinds of decisions, even if you don't necessarily know what they mean, it kind of shows you what your priorities are. And I think that's fun in this particular game. So we'll read Three Flowers Hath the Tree. This is Ernestine Peterhans. And then because Franklin Bancroft came up with the Ava DeWolf stuff, we will read the Franklin Bancroft Diaries. And then because Henry VIII was the one to give St. Brendan's to the DeWolfs, we'll also read Old Copper Nose and the Softer Metal. Another sunny day. So we're just about to pass over into autumn, which is nice because we'll have another visitor stop by, which means, I mean, if I want, I can get Spintria, but also it'll be a chance for us to buy a book from Oriflammes. If Numa comes by, then I'll try and break up an element of the soul just so I can try and get some extra levels. That way we can make some decisions as far as how the how we wind up committing everything in the elements. So gotta jump off. Thanks for the stream. No problem, Kite. Thank you for the host, especially because, again, progress-wise, if you're not into lore, we're basically standing still. But the whole point of this game is the lore. So, but I hope if you're going to bed, I hope you have a good rest. If you're doing something else, good luck with whatever it is you're up to. It is always a delight to be able to host you here. And again, thank you for your viewers. I will be sure to stop by the next time you're streaming. Okay. 3 flowers hath the tree. Ernestine Peterhans records her observations of the growths of trees and flowers around the isle, and the omens and portents she attempts to draw from them, particularly the yew tree in Earl Brian's meadow, whose flowerings are sometimes eccentric. Ernestine observes that in the years when the tree flowers black, troubling secrets arise. When it flowers red, war and fires follow, and that no DeWolf heir has ever been born in a year when it flowers white. Ernestine attempts to use the tree's growths to advantage in her business affairs, but it fails. She is evidently very concerned when Hendrik de Wolf's grandson Giles runs off with the pale trollop Hafren in a year when the tree flowers white. She begins to fear that she has entirely misinterpreted all relevant omens. She is deeply concerned for the continuation of the de Wolf line and prays for Giles' return. I will note, by the way, tree is currently black. And of course, we've also seen references to the flowers elsewhere. We've in fact made a determination about those. So... Okay, so... So the, I seem to remember reading about the departure of Giles. Oh yes, that's right. And then we also have Thomas de Wolf. So Abbot Thomas knows 3 blossoms hath the watchman's tree, paper, ink, and flame. And the great comet I know of her is that flame. So I'm trying to remember where we heard about Hafren before. Moving on. The Shadow in the Stair. Ernestine Peterhans records her conversations with Little Darkness in Hush House's Stair Tenebris, which she calls Donkerling. So here is the Stair Tenebris. There were shadows here in the earth long before the foundations of the house were laid. They retreated before the Romans' burrowings. They quailed before the sun hymns of the brethren. They slunk away before the blades and pistols of the barons de Wolf. Over all those centuries they shrank, until at last, when the Curia of the Isle sunk this stair, they could recruit one as a watchdog. So Ernestine Peterhans records her conversations with the Little Darkness in Hush House's Stair Tenebris, which she calls Donkerling. Ernestine's business in the cellars of Hush House often took her up and down the Stair Tenebris, although it is avoided by every other servant. Donkerling attempted first to consume her and then to demand sacrifices from her. Ernestine consented to bring it mice, but became very stern when it asked for a new drowned child. This, of course, raises implications about Ava. Donkerling claims to be an imprisoned long under the protection of the deepest power of the sea. It is prone to occasional bouts of raving about how, when it has freedom, its patron will drown the isle. Ernestine renders most of these long speeches as ... but is very interested in what it can tell her about the circumstances of shipwrecks. There are hints that she may have been planning a salvage expedition. Okay. So I'm curious about this salvage expedition, but I don't think there's anything that I can really pull out of that on its own. Okay, so everything directly related to the DeWolfs and sort of their associates have now been handled, so we'll move on to Franklin Bancroft Diaries and Old Coppernos. Now, Bancroft Diaries appeared in Cultist Simulator, so it may not have as much that's relevant, although some of the texts are changed. So, and let's face it, Bancroft Diaries. I'm slightly sad that I took too long to read through this because I do like the Bancroft Diaries. Lord Franklin Bancroft, initiated into the arts of the flower maker by the rose witch Fiona Ayrshire. He rose to become a society provider of occult services and secret pleasures before his abrupt disappearance in 1790. Bancroft seems to have been a talented adept, but devoted his energies to frustratingly whimsical projects, arranging grape-fetching races between Mansa spirits, teaching percussagants to juggle, and conjuring storms of imaginary blossoms for the Rose Witch Ayrshire, who resolutely refused ever to couple with him. Bancroft spends 20 pages bemoaning this last. The mantra here recorded is a high and exacting magic which can be used to pledge one's spirit to the watchman, beginning an ascent to the house. Bancroft boasts of his ability to recite it when in his cups. He also had it set to music for a performance with fireworks at Vauxhall Gardens. So again, nothing too new here, but okay. Now, one thing that does interest me, and I'm trying to think a little bit about how this works out. So it does say that so initiated into the arts of the flower maker by the Rose Witch Fiona Ayrshire. So one thing I will say is I don't remember where I got this impression, but I do seem to recall there is a lantern side to the flower maker as well. I've always associated the flower maker with Grail, partly from its descriptions, but also from partly because of the fact that the flower maker appears at the end of the Apostle legacy for Cultist Simulator. So I'm really trying to remember where the lantern side of this came in. And honestly, I probably should at some point just sit down and read the wiki. But the thing is it's really nice for me to just kind of come in with as much as I know. Actually, here's the example that I'll give. And again, this is not to knock Wikipedia or other people's approaches to things. It's just what works for me. I really do like knowing a thing or two about a topic before I read a Wikipedia article on it, because there are times when there are mistakes. So for instance, Joseph Schumpeter, there were some quotes in the Schumpeter article that seemed like I could see why someone might think that he wrote something like that, but did sort of seem to be, it didn't quite fit, basically. So, I just made a note on the talk page, hey, I took a look at the site, like the source for this, and the source doesn't actually have that quote. Like, I'm sure, like, here's the idea that it's kind of consistent with, but this actual phrasing doesn't really seem right to me. And another editor took a look and, like, so in this case, I didn't change the article because, I generally assumed that people had kind of done the work and that I may just have been misinformed, but I at least wanted to raise the issue. And another editor actually went and looked and did in fact find a quote that was relevant to it, but sure enough did actually say something different. So similarly with the Secret Histories wiki, I have absolutely no reason to believe that it is anything other than a properly sourced account of what we know about the secret history setting. But the big question for myself is, how would I know if it was wrong? Because if I start to rely on it, then all of a sudden I'm in a different situation, and so again, it's absolutely not intended as a knock on these things. But one of my hopes has been that I use that to augment the existing work that I have. And my hope would be that I get enough discernment on these sorts of things that if I run into something that feels contradictory, that I would then be able to sort of turn around and say, okay, I'm not 100% sure where it is. But yeah, the case of the flower maker is absolutely one of these cases where I'd want to go to the wiki and say, okay, where am I getting the impression of this lantern thing from? But what I do find interesting here is when we talk about the arts of the flower maker, but then it talks about pledging one's spirit to the watchman. So does this imply so does it have to be watchman or flower maker? Can it be both? If it's one or the other, what caused the change? And if it isn't one or the other, does that have any kind of implication? Are there potentially contradictory hours or opposing hours? Certainly that's true for the Colonel and the Lionsmith, but is that necessarily true for any of the other ones? And that's that's kind of where I'm most interested. Oh, you know what? It just occurred to me. I did forget there is one other element of the soul, metal, which I should have mentioned. Anyways, but yeah. So again, I'm not going to have that resolved on the text on its own. I suspect I'm probably going to have to go back to the old Cultist Simulator stuff and see if I can make sense of that. But on to Old Copper-Nose and the Softer Metal, a disgraceful compendium of ribald poetry about the habits and corruptions of King Henry VIII. Henry's great misfortune, his crushing injury in a jousting bout, has left him unable to stand any straighter than a splintered withy. Now, I believe this is an actual event that happened, although I'm not sure what a withy is. Withy. Oh, here we go. Material used for weave. A pollard willow. Oh, wow. But yeah, so far as I can tell, Henry VIII really did have an accident like that. Let me see if I can bring it up. Huh. Yeah, so I mean, later in life, Henry became obese, a waist measurement of 54 inches, and had to be moved about with the help of mechanical devices. He was covered with painful pus-filled boils and possibly had gout. His obesity and other medical Here we go. His obesity and his other medical problems can be traced to the jousting accident in 1536, in which he suffered a leg wound. The accident reopened and aggravated an injury he had sustained years earlier to the extent that his doctors found it difficult to treat. The chronic wound festered for the remainder of his life and became ulcerated, preventing him from maintaining the level of physical activity that he previously enjoyed. The jousting accident is also believed to have caused Henry's mood swings, which may have had a dramatic effect on his personality and temperament. So, I also think he was the inspiration for Robert Baratheon in Game of Thrones, or Song of Ice and Fire for those of you who read books and fill your mind with other people's thoughts. Anyways, yes. So great misfortune is crushing injury at a jousting bout has left him unable to stand any straighter than a splintered withy. The most savage mockery is reserved for Henry's great debasement, where the corruption of his softer metal is supposed to have crept into the coin of the realm. The last and most serious lampoon makes seditious references to the Crucible Revolution. So I have a feeling that this is related to things like the Sovereigns of the Leashed Flame and possibly this restoration, the 1930 restoration, the new king. So this idea of the great debasement, I do not think is about counterfeit. In fact, or not counterfeit, of debasing the coinage. In fact, let me just see. Yeah, here we go. Again, Wikipedia finances. Henry inherited a vast fortune and a prosperous economy from his father, who had been frugal. This fortune is estimated at £1,250,000, the equivalent of $375 million today, which, by the way, this is definitely an indication in terms of the level of prosperity we've enjoyed. The idea that, like, great wealth for a king is measured in £375 million. Now compare that to some of the fortunes that business magnates have made. By comparison, Henry, if you even just think of something like OpenAI, right? $10 billion from Microsoft, just Microsoft. Or alternatively, compare that to the costs of running OpenAI, $500 million. That's 1 year. So, by comparison, Henry VIII's reign was a near disaster financially. He augmented the royal treasury by seizing church lands, but his heavy spending and long periods of mismanagement damaged the economy. Henry spent much of his wealth on maintaining his court and household, including many of the building works he undertook on royal palaces. He hung 2,000 tapestries in his palaces. By comparison, James V of Scotland hung just 200. Henry took pride in showing off his collection of weapons, which included exotic archery equipment, 2,250 pieces of land ordnance, and 6,500 handguns. America! Tudor monarchs had to fund all government expenses out of their own income. This income came from the crown lands that Henry owned, as well as from custom duties like tonnage and poundage, granted by Parliament to the king for life. During Henry's reign, the revenues of the crown remained constant, around £100,000, but were eroded by inflation and rising prices brought about by war. Indeed, war and Henry's dynastic ambitions in Europe exhausted the surplus he inherited from his father by the mid-1520s. Henry VII had not involved Parliament in his affairs very much, but Henry VIII had to turn to Parliament during his reign for money, in particular for grants of subsidies to fund his wars. The dissolution of the monasteries provided a means to replenish the treasury, and as a result, the crown took possession of monastic lands worth £120,000, 36 million in current constant dollars, a year. The crown had profited by a small amount in 1526 when Wolsey put English onto a gold rather than silver standard, and had debased the currency slightly. Cromwell debased the currency more significantly starting in Ireland in 1540. The English pound halved in value against the Flemish pound between 1540 and 1551 as a result. The nominal profit made was significant, helping to bring income and expenditure together, but had a catastrophic effect on the country's economy. In part, it helped bring about a period of very high inflation from 1544 onwards. Anyways. Old copper nose and the softer metal. I think I might just copy this word for word. Okay. So I'm just going to take another quick look at the I just wanted to see if there was anything major that I could see in reference to the Crucible Revolution from history. The drawback here is that there's just so much in this. Henry VIII's something of a big figure, so there's just so much in this article here that I'm trying to think immediately where I'd even go for a quick reference. So I think I'm just gonna leave. I think I'll just leave that for my own time. And I will restore my Faust. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. So there isn't anything major for me to do. So one thing I'm thinking I might try is just to read the Locksmith's Dream 1 through 5. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is rather good news for me. So I'm going to set aside a Faust. Okay. Let's go, well, for starters, let's get the Locksmith's Dream done. I don't even know if I have anything I can put in here. I should have, oh, no, nothing. Shaft. Okay. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to take a peek at the swaddled fire. A storm swathed in subtle threads, ready to be released with a few judicious snips. Investigate this object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. So there's a very specific plan that I have for this. My hope here, where I can, is to read basically to read collections of things in, like, all together. The thread parts, the weave is empty, the skies cry out. It's nice to be able to bring up a storm whenever you want. So I can combine that with the sun. Ho, ho, ho. I just had an idea. Okay, a whole bunch of texts, but the first thing I want to do is head back to the Sweetbones, so better now. Now, I might be able to do that thing I wanted to do some time ago because I forgot about the telescope. So we can add the Faust here. So I can also add the storm, the sun. I can add in the furs and feathers, which is the one that I was struggling with. Now, regrettably, we're still one short. That is a real shame. So if I had a gale, that would do the trick. Alternatively, I just need a higher... yeah, so we've got the Ascendant Harmony. Now, I'm actually fine doing the Ascendant Harmony. Let's actually do that now. Oh, hang on. Not the storm. That seems like a good use for the... now, I am going to need to bring back another element of the soul. So we're basically done reading for now, but I did have a remaining memory from the... a remaining puzzle from... Sorry, from the DeWolf section, so I wanted to get that out of the way. Okay, let's also go back to the Sweetbones. Use one of the sixpence. And now we read all 5 volumes of the Locksmith's Dream. The Locksmith's Dream, A Light Through the Keyhole, the first volume of Teresa Galmier's examination of the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The parallels in mystic dreams experienced by carpenters, masons, and other artisans, and what they purport to reveal about the architecture of the world. Surprisingly mordant and even funny. No one has ever explained why Galmier devoted herself to this chaotic exploration of artisans' dreams. Time and again we hear of the wood which rises from the world's foundations. All trees reach for light. What does the wood reach for? Is there a difference between light and light? I think the key to dreams of the wood might be one of these, the one that isn't exactly real. Locksmith's Dream, Portions and Proportions, the second volume of Teresa Galmier's examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The frontispiece has been slashed with a razor. In this volume, Galmier records fewer dreams and explicates more of her own elaborate theories. We see this again and again. What is below can't escape what is above. The finest artisans all dream of the white door in the end. I'm no artisan, only a scholar. I think there is a secret that all these artisans know, but I think that secret is only half the story. The Locksmith's Dream, Trespasses, the third volume of Teresa Galmier's examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. In this volume, notoriously, Galmier's prose begins to disintegrate, and it is not clear which dreams are in fact her own. The woman in the sand-colored robe has told me the stairways of the mansis go ever up, death is down. The mother of ants guards both directions with each of her heads, and so the passage must always be through a wound. I think the white door might be a wound. That's one reason the dead sometimes pass it. I think I have the other half of the secret now, and I hope my reader can put both halves together. That's not the one. The fourth volume of Teresa Galmier's expansive work, no longer a discussion of the dreams of artisans, but a valuable survey of other works. The tone is calmer than that of Trespasses, but occasionally fearful, even paranoid. This volume was published in 1926, but almost immediately recalled and pulped by the publisher at the request of the author or possibly the authorities, depending on which story you believe. A few copies survive. Janus is the gatekeeper, the twin god, the god that wounds, the presager of changes, the sun, the moon. So we identify him with the watchman, the twins, with the mother, with the forge, with the Meniscate and the Madrigad. He cannot be all of these, can he? The Flamines knew the church, knew dry land, knew Elagabalus. Is he then Synthesis? Or is he something else? In Gallicaea they called him Aeneas Lamius, but the Obliviots are notorious for their slanders. Janus has, they say, not one face but two, to which I reply, why only one? Why only two? Hirschalt and Coseley, according to Thomas Love Denman, once agreed that Janus was all the gods and none, but later Hirschalt described him as all the gods and Coseley favored none. Denman was a sinister dilettante, but this rings true of them both. So this is one I actually want to take some notes on now. So the first connection that I make here, so Janus is the gatekeeper, the twin god, the god that wounds, the presager of changes, the sun, the moon. So I identify him with the watchman, the twins, with the mother, with the forge, with the Meniscate, and the Madrigad. So, pairing off, we've got gatekeeper, watchman, twins, twin god, mother, god that wounds, forge, presager of changes, and then the Meniscate, the sun, and the Madrigad, the moon. So, in fact, I think we could probably even check out the solar temple. I'm going to see if I can find a translation for Aeneas Lamius. This is funny. Just 1 second. Oh, this is unfortunate. So it looks like all right. Let's try this again. Lanius, Loggerhead Shrike, Lanius, Ludovicanius or Iudovicanius? Ianus, Roman god of beginnings and transitions. Janus Lamius. Thanks. Okay, so let's find a translation for Lamius. Lamius or Lamus, the son of Heracles and Omphale, for whom the Thessalian town of Lamia was believed to. That is not a. That is not a big entry. All right, clearly, clearly something for me to follow up on. Janus, they say, has not one face but two, to which I reply, why only one, why only two? Hirschalt and Cosley, according to Thomas Love Denman, once agreed that Janus was all the gods and none, but later Hirschalt described him as all the gods and Cosley favored none. Denman was a sinister dilettante, but this rings true of them both. So, So the part that I'm interested in when we do the comparisons between Cosley and Hirschalt is when it talks, this rings true of them both, we would presumably find a possible connection between the sort of division between birds and worms. So if Cosley's favoring none, Hirschalt's favoring all the gods, in this case, you can kind of imagine how this either would inform or possibly just either this makes sense because this aligns with what you think the worm and bird faction want, or alternatively you learn something if you assume that those priorities are at play in terms of this statement, this rings true of them both. Then you learn a little bit more about those sides. Again, it depends on what you sort of take as your prior for those. We should have one more text. Here we go. The Locksmith's Dream and Cursus, the fifth and final volume of Teresa Galmia's notorious work, which began as an examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans, but became an account of her own occult journey. This volume was never published, nor apparently ever written. The law goes all the way back to stone. The keys cannot be held or owned. This had, I believe, the unexpected consequence that those outside the law may hold and own them, but even they cannot keep them. And of course a key is no more physical than a spirit, but a spirit may be housed in a body, and I have touched a key with my own hands. So the Legions hold the keys. I had thought the Legions only old and powerful transgressors of the crime of the sky. But I begin to understand that the crime of the sky is more even than it seems, and why a twin, who unite what is not to be divided, might accept Elysian as her name. So... This is more of a, I'm going to get back to this later, but given that we had a bit about Lagia, where was it? One of the crueler aspects of the Red Grail, Lagia, the queen unsated, devouring mother, sister lover of Antaios. One tradition has it that Lagia took animal form so that she could satisfy her craving to devour her own children and go unpunished. Another, that the animal form was the punishment for her incest. The Grail has often been tolerant of contradictions. Perhaps her part in the intercalate really was, after all, a long and subtle move to undermine eternity, or perhaps she's just not to be trusted. So I do not recall offhand if Lagia is a Elysian, though. Okay, now I would like to still restore elements of the soul, but I do actually have a specific goal right now. So right now I'm making a more powerful sky memory. I've already got the storm here, so we just need to make sure we have everything in time for the end of the day. And we didn't do any more. So if I take a look at my list of things, lots of lore, but in terms of recipes, I think we are good. I think the only, yeah, so we, the Hunting Journals of Brian DeWolf, but we took a look at Musgrave Sketches. Oh yeah, Light in the Inkwell, so I need to mess around with the Ichor Auroral and some potential combinations for the inks. Actually, there's a number of things that I want to try with that, but we'll give that. Well, I'll give it time. I don't want to. I still don't have a whole lot of elements of the soul, so I don't want to force myself down too many paths. So a lot of my goals right now are focused on Sky, which is why I'm focusing so much on bringing back Sky, or bringing back Faust. But I think this might be enough to push us over the edge for the high-powered Sky. Or excuse me, the high-powered, like the Fife and the Sky. Now, it may be that this was just guiding me towards the Ascendant Harmony. Actually, excuse me, didn't leave a whole lot of detail. So Brian was hanged as a witch at age 24. Sky inspired Fife with a high Sky aspect to ensure excuse me, his hunts went well. So the Ascended Harmony, it's a little hard to see how that would be relevant to that particular goal, right? So bright and ringing music which evokes the blue sweep of the lower heavens. So this is interesting on its own, and in fact there is a side of me that's... okay, I actually feel a little bad that I'm doing this, but... but I'm going to. Well, I'll check this one first. Hello? Oh! Wind and Waiting. Secure a wind's promise from the sky. Furs and feathers with keeper level sky plus a Mazarine fife creates a wind in waiting. Excuse me. So I'm going to take a minute here. I don't like doing this. And in fact, there's the Daidumos. At this point, I should be spending more time focusing on the books, but because I know... Basically, I know I don't have any more elements of the soul. I'm going to take a second here and see... Okay, so we don't know a level 15 for Sky, and more importantly, we know it's not the Ascended Harmony or the Mazarine fife. Okay, we learned how to make a Daidumos again. This is kind of interesting because I thought the Daidumos was the top level one. Okay, so there's definitely a big sky that we have not yet... I think I'm going to try this with the Awakened Feather next. Okay, so this is interesting. Ascended Harmony, but not... not the 15. Okay. Another Wind and Waiting. This probably isn't a big surprise that Sky Stories gives us a Wind and Waiting. This is very interesting, that Stitching and Binding, it completely fails to respond to any of these. Oh, this gives me the Living Relic. Cool. Same story? No. Interesting. So there's some kind of a metal that I can turn out of that, or turn that into. Okay, Daidumos. Although interestingly enough, we don't know the level 10. Oh, because this makes the fife. Okay, this one we already figured out. Now, I must apologize. My curiosity has gotten the better of me, so with regards to the egg... Was it the egg? No. What am I getting wrong here? Actually, you know what? I don't think it's worth spending that much time thinking about. I got what I was looking for, so I do want to see what this gives me. I may wind up... Well, no, we should be able to get by without without giving up the Faust for the next day. The question is, do I want to try and do anything with my renewed Faust, or do I just want to earn back up some of the money, because the hope was to read these things in collections, and in the case of the Alopoli works, we've got 6. So I suppose I do have the option of doing something else, like around the house, but yeah, I think we'll just make some money off of that. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters, or add a coin to find visitors seeking employment. I remember what I wanted to do now. I wanted to see if the feather would have done something. So we'll see what the wind and waiting gives us. Not a good idea for me to try and make a... not a good idea for me to try and make the... oh, you know what? We won't have an element of the soul anyway. But I will get it in the morning, so maybe when I go to sleep, we'll rest on the confounding parable. But yeah, if I can sneak the awakened feather in there, that might be worth examining. Oh, that's an interesting one. So this one came from... This is the description from the skull. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So this is just a thing without anything else. Gonna have to think about that. There's no benefit to me waiting, so let's just dream on it. One last pipe shrill, and the wind is still. So wind and waiting, that's a 6 sky, 3 moth, 3 scale, 3 grail. When the sun was redder, when the world was softer, and the 30 ruled the sky, so that's got to be... Hang on. The winds were better neighbors. So if the 30 ruled the sky, would the 30 be a reference to the 30 hours before the gods from stone were eliminated? Maybe. I also like this shape here. Anyway, well, we'll bring it into autumn. I think I'm going to leave the actual events of autumn for a... for a separate stream. Well, we'll see who the visitor is, let's say. Although I know I'm going to earn some money no matter what. Okay, foggy day. I'm trying to think if there's something special that would come out of this that I wanted to try, and I don't really think there is. And yeah, actually, as much as I want to see who's coming, first of all, there's definitely going to be another visitor because we've only had D.I. Moore. But it's actually going to take me a minute to see who it is, so maybe it's better that I... Like, I'm probably going to want to actually get to work on the texts tomorrow. But I do now have the opportunity... Okay, so the problem here, I think, is that I can't actually add the Awakened Feather. Yeah, so an Awakened Feather is a remains and a material. So the foundry takes... No, it doesn't take materials. Okay. trying to think of places where I might be able to make use of materials. Oh. It's very weird to see things down below as being aligned with sky, but it's not a bad idea to just double check. Yeah, so man, materials is a... Materials is a challenge. Even the sculptor's bench. I should notice, by the way, wait, we've got the dispensary. The barber's chair, I always keep overlooking when it comes to... I mean, could do recollection. Fog doesn't give moth, so I don't have any... I don't really have anything else that I can throw in here. Regret, huh? I mean, exciting and all, but I kind of already know how to do this. Oh, it was Sacrolamea that I wanted to see if I could mix with the materials. So Sacrolamea will take moth. Now, unfortunately... So first of all, Foundry doesn't take materials. Let's go one by one. Let's actually see... Let's find something that will take a material. I'm not expecting miracles here, but I don't want to... I don't want to run into a situation where I had an opportunity to do something and then I just got lazy on checking out the different inputs. I'm so transfixed by the intricacies of this game that you can't find anything to say, but you're still lurking when... Hey, Beth, I appreciate that tremendously. Especially because I'm at a point now where I'm experimenting with a bunch of things. And I'm sometimes very worried that me getting into my own head is not very fun to watch. Interesting! Oh, because it's a remains, of course. I should have been paying attention. Alright. So it actually means a lot to me that you took the time to say that. Okay, so turns out that wasn't the trick. Although I think in this case... Well, carved wood we know how to do. Oh, darn you! I can probably find a made from wood, though. Although maybe that won't count. But yeah, no, I appreciate it when people come in and say... break down a wooden object. No, I'm not I'm not vandalizing the house. But yeah, no, I definitely appreciate it when people, well, one, when people stop by, but number two, when they take the time to let me know. Because I try not to be too needy, but obviously you sometimes wonder if if people are still into your stuff. So thank you. That's coming up short. It's definitely not the... Let's try this again. It's definitely not the feathers that are blocking us here. I really didn't want to spend a lot of time doing this, but my curiosity has been piqued at this point, so... So I'm starting to wonder if some of this might not be... It's good to hear. I know you said that you like lurking, and my intention is never to make people... like to draw people out, because honestly, like if I watch stuff, I sometimes, you know, I'll be a bit of a goof if I have the appropriate rapport with someone. I'll, you know, if they're having a bad day, I'll talk with them. You know, there's different contexts in which you will find broadcasters. But okay, this probably makes Gervinite then. That was not a good call because I can't put metal in that. But yeah, so like for my own part, like people watch Twitch the way that I kind of watch Twitch. And so like I would personally find it kind of annoying if somebody kept trying to draw me out all the time. But with that in mind, as you say, this is not an easy game by any stretch of the imagination. So if you do happen to have a question, where I can try to, you know, I try as best as I can to make a reasonable judgment about what may be a point when people want to know more, or you know, when I should just kind of get on with it. And I certainly do err on the side of over-explaining. But the fact of the matter is, if you just do something for long enough, you are going to forget the person you were when you started. And it is very easy, I notice, to just assume that people are following along. So I actually really like it when people ask questions, for the simple reason that it reminds me when I'm sort of flying off into the horizon and I'm not bringing everyone along with me. So I will not take it as a commitment to continue commenting on the broadcast. But if you ever do have a question, if something's unclear, and everything winds up being unclear, I get that, but I am definitely happy to try and unpack a little bit about what I'm doing. Okay, I don't think I can add the feather in this case, but I can at least get the Oronoscopy. So there's a Mazarine Fife. I think I'm just going to cycle through it one more time with the... what other sky things could I do? You'll do. Yeah, I'll just throw a little more sky at this to see if I can learn a bit more. Totoroad says, "Oh, what's that pop-up on the right? Was that a patch recently?" You're not talking about this thing, are you? Or are you talking about that? This is just the current affairs, and I am the craftable one. Oh, sorry. Yes, but not a recent. It's actually been in the game for a while. But yes, there is now a crafting catalog. The one thing, so I was kind of dim on it originally, but I actually learned there's one really helpful thing about it. I'll show you in a minute. And was adding wood. It definitely does not save recipes for the next playthrough. So if you start a new game, you're going to be filling this in the first time. So yeah, Totoroads. This is actually, it's good you're asking, because again, like, I've taken this for granted, but if you haven't played the game since the patch that they added it in, this is a big deal. So when you start off, all of these will be. Yeah, okay. So I used to be kind of an unbeliever in terms of it. So if you don't like it, you can just press the check mark and it goes away. So this is always the nice one, right? This is the Pareto this is Pareto improvement. And yes, no, I absolutely. So I've got a spread. I've now got, I think, notes in 3 or 4 different places. So let me count this now. I've got my main Excel sheet where I'm filling in the recipes. I have my physical notes in a notebook, and then I also have like a piece of paper. I'll consider that one because there's like one which is worthy of the book, and then one which is just jotting down. I take notes on a tablet. Those are more ones that I want to easily erase. And then now I've got a Word document where I'm writing small summaries of the various books that I do. You have an Airtable around us. There's a lot to put in this game. Did I say Excel? It's definitely Apple numbers that I'm putting in. I have Excel. I'm not using it. I'm not making the spreadsheet on my PC. So, but anyways, it's rectangular and it has lots of cells in it. Kind of like the Cucurbit. Anyway, so the thing that is really, really helpful about the crafting, you have a giant note thinking Obsidian. Oh, that's right. Yes, Obsidian's really popular in the Weather Factory community, I've noticed. So in one sense, definitely this made me aware of the fact that a few of the skills have recipes that are not just of the aspects that they have. So like you'd imagine that like every skill has 6 recipes. Now, at least at the start, not every recipe had 2 of each. Sometimes you'd try something and it just wouldn't generate. So there were definitely a few gaps. I don't know if those have been filled since then. But definitely when you see that there are more than 6, actually this is a perfect example here, right? So for Sacralamea, we've got the Sky, we've got the Moth. So Sky Moth 5, Sky Moth 10, and we can make this Didumos or the Skin Shuck Mead. But there's something here which maybe isn't even Sky or Moth that requires some kind of an input. And the way we'd find out about this, of course, is reading the darned books. But it's kind of hard, especially when I'm like keeping the spreadsheet. It's very hard for me not to iterate over things, particularly when I know I'm not gonna have those parts available. So, and I'm also getting ready to wrap up, so I figured I'd try and get things as close to 15 as I can, just to try a couple more combinations. I'm not expecting miracles here, but it doesn't hurt to take a peek. So it looks like we covered everything we already had here. Or we didn't have 15, which is a very important conditional to add. But yeah, I don't need to go too far down the rabbit hole on that one. Okay, so there's a few things that I'll... Yeah, exactly. Like I don't feel too... So like it depends on the context. Like if somebody kind of came in, like I get that people are excited, but man, it is really, really tough when you have explained many times that you just enjoy finding stuff out on your own and that, you know, you'd prefer not to be spoiled. And inevitably there's somebody who comes in and they're like, oh man, you're going to love the end of this thing here. Like when you put this in, it's like, you're going to be really happy with it. It was like, just let me enjoy it, right? I know you think this doesn't count as a spoiler, but this is about as bad as just coming out and saying what the solution is. Or, you know, somebody just coming in and is like, no, you got to put that thing in here. Or why didn't you get the treasure in the house? Like, didn't you just not notice it? It's like, I'm playing the game on my own, right? The Twitch interface is the least effective Book of Hours interface I've found in my own experience. But within the context of the game, right? If they implement the recipe book and the recipe book gives you a little bit of a nudge, especially towards something counterintuitive. So for instance, so actually here's a good example. There's something about one of the collections of inks, and you're probably going to think exactly about the inks that I'm thinking of, but just for the benefit of people who want to discover this on their own. They describe the construction of a specific ink, and it is very, very difficult to achieve the ink that way. And that is one of the ones I wrote in my physical notes. And I said, like, okay, it's very clearly telling me to do X, but this does not make sense for how I understand crafting works. So I'm wondering, like, have I misinterpreted this? Have I misread it? You know, there's a number of different, there's a number of different things that I can, like, imagine in terms of this going on. So the fact that when I put that specific skill into the crafting book and I can see that all of the recipes that make sense are there, but there's still an empty space, that's a nice little verification for me that no, my original instincts were correct, that I read that piece of text correctly, and that the game was in fact warning me that, yeah, this is a pretty tough one to do, so, you know, you're not losing your mind. And you know, those kinds of nudges I think are completely fine. And I mean, like I said, if they're not, you definitely have the outside option of closing off the closing the crafting. But I did forget to show the one thing that's really helpful about it. So we'll just put the winning rate. So like, let's say right now this is creating a name day riddle. The only thing you can think of to ask is, in case it gets a wider release, I'm wondering if there's a Cliff Notes version. So the Daymare update will be adding sort of like notes for the bookshelves. I can actually talk to you a little bit about how so the Cliff's Notes version of the game, like, there is plenty of discussion in terms of the Reddit community, and I'm sure that probably the Steam guides will have some stuff in there as well. There's community maintained wikis both for the individual games but also the setting known as the Secret Histories. So there's actually quite a bit that you can there's quite a bit that you can do to learn about the setting. But you know, again, there's sometimes like this is a nice Alexandrian reference for those of you who like the branches of the Watchman's Tree. Euclid explaining to Ptolemy that there's no royal road for geometry, right? Like sometimes if it's a question of knowledge, and I do really feel that Book of Hours is a game about the acquisition and organization of knowledge. To a certain extent, there are going to be Like, there's going to be that point where you feel lost, and that feeling of being lost is that, you know, it's the prelude to the moment where it just clicks in your head and you're like, oh, I totally get it now. And that I totally get it now moment is very specifically crafted, both in Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours, and it feels really, really wonderful. And the really tricky part about this is that it can be hard to explain to people that this is actually one of the big charms, because you just kind of have to trust the process. Well, in fairness, Nearly Logical, I've definitely, like, even Cultist Simulator now, like, when I go out to play the game, I usually just do a different approach each time, and I never really plan it that way, but I do just kind of have a natural, like, I just kind of fall into a natural way of playing based off of, like, an initial decision. So, like, this original one of, like, not committing stuff to the Tree of Wisdoms too early turned into at all, and then, you know, even now I haven't committed that much to it because it occurred to me that I can level a few things up. But, like, I wouldn't even say that's an optimal way of playing. It just happens to be a way that I learned a whole lot about the game. Anyway, sorry, I will properly answer Beth kind of sorta's question. But I want to close off a few threads too. But yeah, like, the thing, like, you again, you just kind of have to trust the process. It's a little bit like, I don't know, I haven't really done a writing workshop, but I have to imagine to a certain extent, if you're doing some kind of writing workshop, well, writing, even if you're doing nonfiction, usually involves a certain degree of creativity, like the creation or invention maybe would be a better word, like making something that was previously not there. So, like, all of my, I mean, maybe this isn't a good example because there are better writers, but, like, anything on my blog, even like, leaving aside the satire and stuff like that, but the pure analytical stuff involves that initial step of, I think this is something people are not talking about, or this is a point of confusion for me, or this seems to be a puzzle. What's going on here? And then, yes, there's a big analytical component where you inform yourself and you then transform that into something that other people will be able, you know, ideally you convince people rather than just preach to the converted. But you know, there's still that inventive step that you take. It's not that you're making up facts, but you do actually need to present them in a form that people can digest. And that initial spark of writing about A as opposed to B, I think is something that, you know, is as inventive as coming up with a fictional world. Okay, so I do want to get the one thing out of the way before I return properly to Beth Kinda Sorta's question. And that is the one function of the craftable table, which, even if you keep your own notes, is quite helpful. So, like, right now, if I combine these things together, I think it would be reasonable for me to say, it's like, well, I'm bringing Faust in, and I'm bringing in a Wind in Waiting, you know. So at this point here, you know, it seems to me like what I want to be creating is something sky-oriented. Now, I haven't put the wood in, so, but, you know, I think there would be a reasonable belief, like, we've got sky present in all of these, whereas moth is only present in these two, and it's gone for the name day riddle. I was like, well, yeah, but the name day riddle is the highest level thing that you can make based on what you've input. So I was like, okay, fair enough. So what if I chuck out the Wind in Waiting? Well, now it's going to make Westcott's compounds. And I said, but I put my Faust in. Like, why can't I make the Awakened Feather? And a lot of people ask this question, is like, how do I make the thing if I get too high of a level? And I didn't, like, I offered a couple of heuristics I had for getting out of that logjam. But if you just want to make the different recipe with this craftable table, you just click on the thing that you want. And man, is that helpful. And you can head back to. But yeah, so in this case here, I can easily choose between the Awakened Feather and Westcott's compounds, which obviously that used to be a big problem with once you leveled up a skill to a certain point. Yeah, there we go. Everybody in chat is talking about how nice that of a feature that is. So that was sort of the gateway drug that, you know, that made me on board with Craftable. And I'll be honest with you, like, this is just a newness thing, right? Some people really like trying new things right away. Other people, need to warm up to it. I'm probably someone who needs to warm up to stuff a little bit more, but it is what it is. Okay, but to Beth Kind of Sorta's question about a Cole's Notes version of the game. So yeah, like the big thing, again, like I said, the acquisition of knowledge, the organization of knowledge, like in the end, some of the delights of this game do sort of come from exploring the house and, making of it what you will, right? Because there's so many different endings to the game, and, I think it's probably the playthroughs where people get every single book are going to be the rare ones. There's a lot of books in this game, and they don't come very often. But the tutorial for this game, and there is a tutorial, even if people don't want to believe it. So the one thing that this game doesn't do, so like if you are Activision or if you are Electronic Arts, you're making an entertainment product that requires, very large numbers of people to not just buy your game, but to buy your game and enjoy it within the refund period enough. And that means that you are not just appealing to like the median gamer. That doesn't mean that you're appealing to that, top end who are very, very good at playing games. That means that you're also worrying about the left-hand side of the distribution. You're thinking about people who it is not obvious how controls work. It could be someone's very first person shooter. And so everybody is familiar. Well, at least if you play first person shooters, there's almost always some variation on the, hey soldier, get over that log, and then you learn spacebar jumps over something. And then it's like, all right, down on your belly, grunt. And, you hold control to crawl down or whatever. And every first-person shooter has this, and every person who plays a first-person shooter likes to complain about these kinds of tutorials. But they are there for a reason. But what's interesting is that as much as we like to make fun of games for including this stuff, there's another side to this. And that is, we have actually also become very accustomed to games holding our hands in this sense. And Weather Factory makes a very specific type of game. And this is also, I'm going to assume that Book of Hours cost quite a bit more than Cultist Simulator to make. But I'm debating on picking this up again and playing it now that I think I think that might tip me over is, why is the first threshold heart scale and not it? Anything that gets you playing more Book of Hours is a good thing, in my opinion. So there is actually a tutorial for this game, but I don't think a lot of people recognize it as a tutorial. So you start off in a storm at St. Brendan's Cove. You've washed up after a shipwreck. You don't even know what your journal is. It's waterlogged. And the first thing that you learn is how to get memories. And that's kind of how the consider verb works. You can't make any progress until you learn how to do that. And then you get some elements of the soul, and you learn how to use those, and you use those to be able to get the help of a local fisherman. And that takes you up to Brandkrug Village, where you know someone. That'll be your first introduction to somebody who will eventually become an assistant. So using that assistant, you eventually get to the Kukurbit Bridge. And that's to unlock the Kukurbit Bridge, you need to understand how you can use companions to be able to unlock certain areas. And then sort of the end of the tutorial, I would say, is you need to learn that you can, in fact, zoom in very, very close. Because, like, imagine, let's just keep, let's say I like to look at the details on the houses or something like that. But there's very little reason for me to play like this, right? Like, what a truly magnificent door, right? It's not the Stanley Parable. So let's say this is a perfectly reasonable level, you need to put a bit of effort to go over the bridge. But if you look at this level, it's almost impossible to see the key. And at this frontier, it basically tells you need to get the key to unlock the the Hush House. This might be considered a mild spoiler, but like the game literally says find the key. So I'm not going to tell you how you use the key. You can figure that out for yourself. But like, there's a big key in this room, and this is how you learn, okay, the things that I find in the house, these are not just decorations, these are all things that I can interact with, and I need to. And at that point, you're in the house. Now, there are later challenges. So for instance, things like the Stare Tenebris, which we've kind of come back to a couple of times, and the Vestibulum Transitus, both of these have fairly unique requirements to unlock. So these are some other ways that the game puts a couple of roadblocks in you that teaches you, hey, if you haven't tried this thing out yet, you might want to think a bit differently about this. And there's so many different like little secrets and details inside of it. But while there isn't necessarily a Cole's Notes directly in the game, like it's not going to give you, baby's first primer on the secret histories. That, for the most part, they leave as something fun for the player to figure out. It is, to a certain extent, the substance of the game. It's why I spent so much time organizing the library into these different sort of collections in hopes that maybe this will make sense when I sort of read them all together. But the way that the game sort of onboards you is by putting individual challenges in front of you, and then by the time you actually get inside the house, where you might start combining some of those things together, that's the point where they finally say, okay, we're not just putting like the breadcrumbs in front of you now. Now you're in the house, and it's up to you to decide how you'd like to spend your time. So it's, again, like this is not going to be a game that's for everyone, right? Like if you feel like the game has just got this smug grin on its face while you're struggling with things, you're going to hate the game. And that's a shame, but I mean, there's definitely some people who respond to it that way. There's someone I used to know, they don't really like me anymore, so I won't mention them, but like, I definitely remember like they played, I think it was like Far Cry 6, and they genuinely got like shouting angry at Far Cry 6 because they could not headshot kill a boss. And like, to me, I'm like, it's Far Cry. Of course it's reasonable that you can't one-shot the bosses. Like, if you did that, it's like that game doesn't exist, basically, right? Like, you'd kind of be done with it within the first couple of hours because it's too easy. It's kind of like complaining that the demons in Doom take more than one shot to go down. Like, they need a couple of hits to make the game work. But I'm not gonna, even if this person doesn't really think that highly of me, I'm not gonna say that they should keep playing, Far Cry and suck it up, right? Like, clearly they are not enjoying themselves, and so, and again, like, I don't think it's a fault of Far Cry that they've built it that way. That is a very successful formula that they've used, and if Far Cry 6 isn't a good game, it's not because there are enemies that can take more than one shot before getting killed. It's because of other factors. Probably the fact that they email you and tell you off for not playing the game would be one factor, I imagine. But yeah, in the case of this game, right, like if for whatever reason, if someone's temperament is such that they really don't like it when games are holding secrets, well, this is a game all about secrets and figuring out what's going on, right? And it may be that the mystery doesn't inspire you. So like St. Brendan's, which is the earlier name for Hush House, it keeps saying that there was a fire 7 years ago and it's been abandoned since then. And a lot of what you do as you kind of go through the house is you keep remarking on the fact that there doesn't seem to be any sign of a fire. I will tell you that particular thread is resolved at some point in the game, but whether that's resolved through a book or something you find in one of the rooms or something you have to put together on your own, that's the fun of the game. I would feel rather bad, giving that away. But again, right, there are going to be some people who, it's like watching, when I recommend the comic book Watchmen to people, I have noticed, and I felt this too, that there was like a halfway point with Watchmen where my attention sort of started to go away. And I almost stopped reading it. It's not that I disliked it, it's just that I had other things that I could read that would maybe interest me a little bit more. And clearly that has got such a good ending. I'm very, very glad that I kept with it. But there's another book series that I like as well, The Baroque Cycle by Neil Stephenson. But I will confess, the second in the series, The Confusion, really tests my patience sometimes. But it's got this real fireworks show of an ending, which just thrusts me into the third book. And the third book's the third like volume or whatever. It's like 3 big books with like littler books inside of them, however you call that. I really, really like the last one, The System of the World. So, that got me through. But yeah, this is a thing that happens, right? So when I share Watchmen with people, I'll usually tell them like, you might find that this thing drags a little bit, but as read up until you know who killed the comedian, and then you'll be good. Like if you haven't figured that out, you probably I was gonna say I don't know how you'll feel about it by the end, but I know that if you have not at least gotten to that revelation, you're probably not you will feel bad if you've not gone that far. And to a person, they're all glad because they were going to stop reading, and because I asked them, do you know who killed the comedian yet? No. It's like, keep going. And it's not because that individual revelation is so important. It's just I happen to know that it's a place in the book where if their attention is still not registered at that point, they're not going to enjoy it. But if they haven't reached that point and their attention's flagging, it basically means they're reading it like I was reading it, and I really liked the book by the end. I don't have a similar marker for The Confusion. I just basically need to say, hold fast, my friend. It gets worth it by the end. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I can't necessarily predict who will enjoy this game or does. Honestly, I hope everybody who plays this game likes it. But yeah. And to the, I think, implied question in what Beth kind of sort of is talking about. So Weather Factory's official line about the game, and we're done with the gameplay. I think most people have figured this out, but we're done with the gameplay for today. So this will be the last thing that I talk about. Weather Factory's official line has been that they would want to see how the game performs before they consider any any like other platforms. And then as far as the DLC was concerned, the idea was they would always do DLC because they're doing the Perpetual Edition, but clearly, more DLC is, gonna depend on sales. And so far as I can tell, Book of Hours sold quite well. I don't know if Weather Factory are like millionaires or anything like that. Presumably they will continue to make games, if nothing else because they like making games. But yeah, like I would imagine that anything that was dependent on there being demonstrated interest in the game, I think that interest has been communicated. But it is also fair to say this is a different game than Cultist Simulator. So, you can zoom in this close and you can zoom out this far and you can go from the moor and, the scenery can go up in the sky. Then you can go all the way to the Kukerbit and the Atlantic Ocean and all the areas down below. So people commented on the system requirements for this game, and they thought that they were unreasonably high, and they have hired someone to help help out and sort of lower them. But the fact of the matter is that this is a demanding game because of what it does and how it's built. I mean, again, it's not like they're not gonna get a licensed Frostbite from EA, be like the first external game to use Frostbite to to really deliver on Book of Hours. But like it's more than you would expect, let's say. And so I suspect that this will probably be at play in terms of considering adaptations for things like, Switch or an iPad or, a phone. I will confess, the fact that this game is so reliant on visuals, like I could imagine an iPhone version working quite well with individual rooms. I am not entirely sure how well it would work, looking more broadly at the house. But then again, I know there are people who think that Cultist Simulator wouldn't have worked on a phone, and it actually seems to work quite well. So, it's anyone's guess in terms of whether or not this will be available on other platforms. I suspect probably the test bed for this will be Switch, or not Switch, will be Steam Deck support. And then from there, I know Playdigious did the adaptation for Cultist Simulator, so I wouldn't be surprised if they gave this another shot and sort of worked out feasibility and so on and so forth. But it's always fair. So the thing that we know is that the game as it is released in English for PC. There has been demonstrated interest in the game enough that I suspect Weather Factory is considering localizing and porting it to other platforms. But I also imagine there is a big question in terms of feasibility, both in terms of the sheer volume of words to be translated, but also the system requirements for the various platforms. So, yeah, for sure. Here's the thing that I will say. I will note that I'm obviously not really fond of talking about Paradox stuff anymore, but I think a big lesson for a lot of people, and usually there's a separate company that does this, but I think a lot of people have started to realize now, one, just because console gaming is such a big thing, like one of the things that I think is underappreciated with all the people who sort of said that they're moving away from Unity to Godot is that console for some people isn't an option, and there isn't actually an out-of-the-box console solution for Godot. There's like 3 people, I think, who do that. So that's a major differentiator that Unity has. Obviously, Unreal also has console support, so it's not like they're the only game in town. But Unity owes its original success to being a platform that worked well with iPhones around the time that iPhone games were becoming a big thing, and then part of their growth was the fact that they were always bringing in sort of new I mean, for crying out loud, they had Facebook as a platform. I don't know if Facebook even still counts as a gaming platform anymore, but they had support for Facebook when support for Facebook was a thing. So, but with that in mind, like I think the big thing is that I think we have been learning how many games that people used to think couldn't work on console actually do. So like there's console versions of like Stellaris and City Skylines and things like that. And so, I wouldn't have guessed that Cultist Simulator would have worked on Switch, but apparently it works quite well. So yeah, I'll be with you. I'm absolutely with you with Toda Roads. I personally don't know how it's going to work, but I do also know that a lot of very clever people have actually figured this out for games that I also would have said I'm not sure how it's going to work. And to be honest with you, like knowing the size of the console and the mobile market, there is actually a very large financial reward if you can make that work. So it's also a bunch of wasted money if you don't do it well. But yeah, I imagine that probably most games would like to think about it. Anyways, it has been an absolute pleasure chatting with all of you, but I think if I talk any more, I probably should be I probably should be doing the book. So let's see who is online. And also, I just appreciate the fact that everybody did stick around for this, because obviously the really path-breaking, like, new rooms in the house and, like, mind-blowing new lore every time we find a new book, that is kind of in the rearview mirror. If we want, we can basically win the game at any point that we want, but there are other things that I want to do in Hush House. But there is an open question as to whether or not I should do that on my own time, or do that, with, on stream. So I do appreciate it whether people ask questions or they just comment and say, hey, I'm still watching, or anything along those lines. They do actually really help me figure out what people are getting out of this. So as long as you are willing to put up with me on this, I'm happy to keep sharing and streaming. Sorry, just give me a quick second here. Let me just take a quick second to see. Oh, so nice to pop in and chat. Have fun. It's like if someone is streaming this. There used to definitely be a lot more people streaming it at the... Yeah, no, I agree completely. I know it had a big surge at the start of when it first came out. I do know people tend to pick it up. Okay, cool. All right. But yeah, I suspect when the DLC comes out, there will be renewed attention to it. But I don't. After this playthrough is done, I might take a little bit of a break from it, just because this has been like the only thing I play on the channel for a while. And on that note, on Wednesday, I am going to be back to Cobalt Core because. But Brace Yourself was very kind in giving me a key for that, and then I ran off to the game dev meetup on Wednesday. But I will be back with Book of Hours on Friday, and then I think that's going to be the rotation. So we're probably going to do Book of Hours on Mondays and Fridays, and then Wednesday will be Cobalt Core for the foreseeable future. And then when we finish Book of Hours, there'll still be the YouTube stuff, but I might take a small break just in anticipation of the of the DLC. One way or another, though, again, thank you everybody for watching. You know where to find me if you want to keep watching. I hope you have a wonderful evening, and I am going to be putting you into the very capable hands of Prosciutto Fist, aka Ham Fist. No, Prosciutto Fist is a very nice streamer, also does Book of Hours every once in a while, currently playing Baldur's Gate 3 and will be playing it for a little bit longer, so I hope you all have a good time. Please show her some good support. She's actually a lot of fun to watch. And yeah, take care. See you on Wednesday or Friday. Bye.